Good morning. Welcome. I'm Tim at the Mystery Font. Today is a good day. It's going to be a very good day. I'm coming to you from Minneapolis, Minnesota, United States, Earth. You are the renovation of this whole occupation. You are the resonation of love's imagination. You are the radiation, 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 you are the radiation of love's imagination. Awake and be nature, be game to play. Be not game as prey to predator today. Be play, be game to play today. Radio science brain, radio science brain. We can wake wax from wane. We are amelioration. We are the renovation of love's imagination. Awake, wake, new colossus. Clarion aim, made into clarion adulation is illumination's plane wave. Relay, synaptically liaise, always, all days. Radio science brain. Percolation is awakening. It's the morning. It's morning on planet Earth. Good morning, good morning, good morning. You are the renovation of this whole occupation. This violent occupation is something that we can tend if we prehend and apprehend the falsehood. Who has leveraged a fog of falsehood? Who has donned the falsehood? Who is the falsehood? And how can we discern genuine need, which is sacred because it is you and your family and all of human family tree? And so How do we help someone not in need find alacrity? How do we help someone who needs to see have the courage to look behind the hope that you have? Of what's inside the thing or the person or the dream you see. How can we perceive whether we are safe? How can we perceive whether or not we are viable? This is the renovation of love's imagination. The outpost, like any space in America, of the imagination of democracy. We are all liaised here in the imagination of democracy. And it's time to emerge from the terror of being farmed and of being pitted against one another, and to hear that there is enough, and systems by and through the love and will and good faith collective efforts of the people can be brought into balance, that we have access to enough. That instead of capitalizing upon human need, vulnerability, and frailty, we capitalize upon human want. Having simply acted as our prophets, not our prophets, would act. If we tore down the falsehood of every day is 1776 and lived like we really cared that everyone had access and independence and freedom, such that the pursuit of happiness was IRL in your life right now. We are all human beings, and it will be all right. For now, I might not say that it will be okay, because okay has been co-opted by the KKK, and it's not okay to be a Christian nationalist. It's not all right to be a white supremacist. We're all human beings, but we need to know when cancer has infected our body or mind. And cancer is not welcome within the human family. So we need to help one another when we are infected with cancer of the body or of the mind. And cancer says that some of us are not humankind. If we're hearing that from with our own mind or our families or the structures we depend on, in fact, neighborhood of planet Earth and the area, the gray area, the area in which we all need to be safe and have exactly the amount of space that we want and need, we can be close to having that together, understanding that there is give and take. But if we, instead of leveling one another, level with one another and restore actual human trust, we can begin to build something. I'm calling New Colossus. I'm calling on the new Colossus. You are the renovation of love's imagination. It is plain. You are the renovation of love's imagination. If not you, then say the name. You are part of the imagination of democracy. You understand
something about human family, because you are family, human. See? You are part and parcel and leader within the trajectory, because there is no one but you who can hold your attention free. At the intersection of free humanity and the meaning of life, it is the mystery font. And all intersectionality that concludes with the beginning of including all people. Because there is enough, and it is evil to leverage scarcity when we are stepping from a paradigm of power into a paradigm of potency. Teaching someone to fish is not a card to hang on your wall. It is a plan. Have the humanity, I ask you, to believe that you and your mind and your genius, all that is you, is worth it. You don't need to pay to live here. You get to simply exist, and you can be known as love and worthy and kind and deserving to be here. Today, right now, we are in an abusive relationship. All of us are in an abusive relationship with the falsehood. And the question, it seems to me, is who is the falsehood? Yes, let's. To start the day, it's percolation. Here at the Mystery Font in Minneapolis, we are percolating. And we may need to access the live camera. Are we awake? Good day. The Mystery Font in Minneapolis. Good day. You are the renovation of this whole occupation. And you can do it. We can bring an idea of volition to human kindness and be aware of where volition is about something other and hold the falsehood accountable. And I love you. And I'm in love with you. I'm here on earth, one more person in a neighborhood, a beautiful neighborhood, like yours, saying we all deserve kindness and space. Because the mindness we race is all of us. There is one human family, and it's time. It's just time. So I think we can resuscitate the connection to sweet, sweet youngin' over here. Hello there. Hello there. Oh, good day. Here we are at the Mystery Font, and it does seem like coffee is in order. I think so. I think it's time to play. The camera obscura is a dark chamber. A camera is a dark chamber into which comes light. And if this chamber is well sequestered, you're going to see some representation inside over snout that the brain turns inside, round snout out, so that we can touch where we're seeing and have it map to our perceptive being. And it's time for the making. Good day. Good day all around. It's percolation now, up from the sound, from up the sound. This is a roundup, a sound rounding pound up. Pound town, noun, now, resound. Public displays of affection is a band, and from the sound up is the sonic part of the band. So we're beginning the day, and you are welcome to play. Six, the feet of separation. 6, the feet of separation. 6, the feet of separation. 6, the feet of separation. 6 feet of separation. Sets the feet of separation. 6, the feet of separation. Sets the fear of separation. The feet of separation. He didn't mean to cause a panic. He didn't mean to cause a panic. Prepared people can plan and plan quick. He didn't mean to cause a panic. He meant to draw iceberg Titanic. He drew the iceberg to Titanic. Away, 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 away. Away, 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 The Nazis lost in World War II, in part because radar read their crew. And what we knew was probably due. Had no great American wall or boundary left. Just let it through. He didn't mean to cause a panic. He didn't mean to cause a panic. He didn't mean to cause a panic. Screw New Zealand and wind caution. He fought as law, and that's how the law won. He clouded thought, and that's how flaw won. The falsehood's plain, we know who donned one. The falsehood's plain, we know who donned one. The falsehood's plain, it's known who donned one. Away, 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 didn't mean to cause a drastic accomplice to be so apparent. He didn't mean to cause a panic. He meant to draw iceberg to Titanic. Tixie, 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 Tixie.
didn't mean to draw an optics that he warned iceberg of Titanic, but he warned iceberg and Titan stick. Away, 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 away. You guard a tree and leave a stump. I don't recognize guardian. To guard a seed and leave a stump. I don't perceive a guardian. To guard a tree and leave a stump. I don't perceive a guardian. To guard its tree and leave a stump. It's not what I call guardian. To embody actual trump. You're a real card, your father's son. You're a real card, your father's suit. You're a real card, your father's loot. It's not the thing you swear upon, it's what your heart was. It's what your heart was. It's what your heart will not abandon. It's what your heart won't abandon. It's what your heart won't abandon. It's how your word becomes action. It's that your word's an honest one. How long must you menace us? You do doubt the new Colossus. You're a real card. You're a real card. Real card. Real card. He didn't want to cause a panic. He didn't mean to cause a panic. Plan stick when planning happens. We're not thick. 6. The fear of separation. 6. The fear of separation. 6. The feet 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 of separation. Sick alliance with predation. 6. The feet of separation. 6. The feet of separation. 6. The feet of separation. 6. The feet of despostation. Link to reason. Executive deception is easier to perceive when reason is safe around our brains. Executive function leaves without reason. Executive function leaves without reason. Executive function. Your brain function. Calm, escalate, calm, 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 calm.
Restoring executive function means we go through safely mourning being hoodwinked, mourning that someone took over our executive function by creating a falsehood that every day is 1776 and that reproach is censorship rather than just a part of free speech. That needs us to evolve to have the ability to have difficult conversations without creating civil war. And to regard that there is a constitutional crisis and that criminals typically call the law a sham. Criminals who are actually criminals typically say, I'm like Groucho Marx, I don't want to be a part of your club if you want me to be a member. But it's not that kind of membership. You apply for membership in a club by committing a crime. And that's when law and order comes in. And that is part of the hygiene of democracy. And here in the imagination of democracy, to be cognizant of that is part of being safe together. This is the mystery font. And we are all safe here. How do these portals and chambers come together assembled in a flag with windows that hold the many possibilities that are America that not all of us have seen? Histories that have been censored and torn away? What shapes are distorted and what is real? For certain, the falsehood seems real. But is it? In fact, is the falsehood not a known quantity of malice? And are we not smarter than that? Are we not far smarter than that? Are we not the reality distortion fielding, finding our way through time and space and understanding that we can have healing? Our minds can come back to being safe. We can find coherent mind. And it doesn't necessarily need to look the same to everyone, but somehow we can have clarity and find the intersection of the mystery font of free humanity and the meaning of life in one place. This is the mystery font. And you are welcome here. What exactly are we working to achieve as a species? And do we have time to mess around? Or are we wasting gift poking into one another's pants while saying there are groomers around? If we want to take care of our children and make sure everybody's safe, let's actually do that, and there are systems to do that. And when those systems aren't working, there are ways to hold that accountable without falling prey to letting someone else control our executive function and distort things. We can find a way to see what is here. There are ways to calibrate. Even when trigger space comes upon us, we can find ways to know what is what. And remember that within the room of democracy, there is space for everyone. There literally is space for everyone. And calming down and restoring executive function such that we have not lost our way, it is part of maintaining freedom. And so, self-regulation is all of our responsibility. I've come to it later in life than I wish I had in some regards, because being able to be triggered to the point of not having executive function is disabling. And why would anyone want us to feel that? Why would anyone want you to feel a lack of executive function? Why would anyone want you not to be awake? Only a predator would tell you you should feel bad for being awake. You're alive, and your sensitivity is not to be distorted or harmed, and the mystery font will tell you. You deserve to be exactly the shape and who you are, and exactly as you wish. You are the arbiter of your own life and body. You deserve consent. We all know this, but we do sometimes forget. And you deserve to know that you are safe, to have your version of that feels comfortable be all right. How do we share our vision of what democracy might be? How do we share it without it being coercive? I guess the idea is that there's an offer that we can make. There's an offer that we can make that shows we mean love, and that we mean kindness, and that all are part of human family. That is what makes sense to me. And when I looked up Fremont, I found that Fremont, in fact, meant a person freed from bondage and a guardian of liberty. And that to me sounds pretty freedoming American. So, and frankly human. That all of us are human beings, whatever country we're from, wherever we were born, and whatever we think. Even if we think that people should be harmed, in which case we need some healthcare and some space away from people because we need to protect people and safety matters. But everyone, even those afflicted by an infection of the mind or body, deserves absolute kindness and safety. Consent matters for everyone, and it is abominable to say all lives matter if we don't actually demonstrate it and prove it, in fact. So that is something we come upon in the imagination of democracy, that in fact our responsibility to carry forth the torch of illumination and democracy it's upon us. And this knowledge that we are gifted, it truly is something that it's ours to protect. Fascism is knocking at the door. And the time to say no is when someone says, "I'll keep you in suspense." Since we missed that opportunity before, I think it's time now to look into the font of mystery, and I offer this.
The falsehood will tell you intuition's faulty. The falsehood will tell you facts aren't factual actually.
Welcome back. Let's share something else. This is a clarified thought that it's time for. You are in an abusive relationship. Shocking boundary violations are one common grooming tactic of a narcissist or dark triad personality. If someone in your life points into a camera knowing you'll be looking at the view screen and pulls their finger like a trigger, looking into your eyes, saying, I could shoot someone in the street and not lose anyone, it is a good indicator of a bad situation. You are in an abusive relationship. Who has leveraged and climbed upon a fog of falsehood? Who has donned the falsehood? Who is the falsehood? You are with us at the Mystery Font, and your attention is appreciated. you can support the efforts of public displays of affection at the Mystery Font at publicdisplaysofAffection.art. I'm typing. Feel free to do as you wish, and I hope you will consider supporting the efforts of public displays of affection. I wonder if you, too, have been asked, have you confidence in me to give me your watch? It's important, even though we might be conned by someone asking, have you confidence in me to give me your watch, as the first person labeled a confidence artist for that trick of cultivating a sense of savvy and knowing upper crust society and being a smart New Yorker, to say, like you, I have incredibly important, posh, savvy things to do tomorrow morning here in the great city of New York, and good golly, my watch is broken. Has that ever happened to you? Who is the falsehood? Have you confidence in me? Have you been asked by anyone, say, I have need, would you give me I'm a savvy New Yorker like you. This rapport we've developed here on this lovely evening between, well, as we're telling one another, wonderful posh nights out, and I can see you're savvy and you're dressed just as I, but I have misplaced my watch. Because no matter how much amazing charisma a fellow savvy New Yorker has, human need matters. It matters if someone has no money, and it matters if they have all the money in the world. Human need is kindness come, and so we want to help human need, but the falsehood can step in. And the original con artist, the one called a confidence artist, was called that because they asked, would you have the confidence in me to lend me your watch? Would you say I could bring it tomorrow? Would you have the confidence in me to bring me your watch? And he was successful sometimes, and eventually was caught having thieved people's watches and not returned them, because he was leveraging for theft beyond need. How do we perceive the falsehood? Certainly we might perceive it if when we asked, when will you bring my watch back, he walked away saying, I'll keep you in suspense. And is not a presidency, or in fact any duty, but certainly the presidency of the United States, not presiding over? That is what it is. To be president is to preside. And asking for the general watch, I will hold your watch, is not a demand made by someone in a democracy. It is a request, and one needs to be eligible to make such a request, to be acknowledged as a valid entry. And without being a valid entry, someone, for instance, who has sown insurrection would be making an attack on the United States to simply suggest that they are announcing a run for the presidency. And that makes our acceptance of Donald Trump's run evidence of us being within distortions that are larger than we can see. Distortions in the field of reality. And collectively and as individuals, it is our duty to look into the eyes of our family and friends and into the eyes of the people we trust, and certainly leaders, and certainly anyone who we are saying is the only one or a chosen one. That's not supposed to enter into democracy. The idea that we allow ourselves to be hoodwinked by a falsehood and rely on confidence when someone tells us, there's your enemy, go hurt them. That is being hoodwinked by someone on the side of the road, and your own hood or your eyelids being hoods that were closed for you. It may be that a hood has been pulled around you. That can happen to all of us. And it is painful and humiliating, and you are not alone. You are in an abusive relationship with the falsehood. And having told us that he was going to keep us in suspense, we should have recognized then that that was a threat and that that was terroristic grooming. It's not a thing that you would say to someone when they ask, say, when are you bringing my child home from this first date? There, wait, before you go, I didn't really get to meet you, son. What time will you be back with my eldest child? There, Skip. And if the child says to you, the stranger says to you, I'll keep you in suspense, how many of you would let your child go away with that person? But if you let them say it and took it as a joke, or they say it over the phone and you're kind of over a barrel, as we were as a nation, then you either internalize that is just how it is and you can't do anything about it, and submit, which we did, or you recognize that someone is conducting harm, that there is malice, that we see it. If someone says something like, if we stop testing, there won't be any more cases, or very few, that's not sane. And if it's your friend or someone you trust, you talk to them so you know that they're all right. And if they're driving the car, you ask that we pull over for the night and we have a talk. So someone asking if you have confidence in them, to just give them credit and listen to whatever they're saying and take it as fact, is leveraging your confidence. It's personal and it's consent. They're asking for your consent. Why is it that we say to confide? Because confidence involves trust, that you confide something you hold vulnerable, privileged material, that someone's not just supposed to grab in your pants and declassify with their mind. You offer something of yourself and say, I feel I can confide in you. I feel confidence in you. That is what is stolen by a confidence trickster. Have you confidence in me? If someone can break you, can break us, if someone can break me by saying, have you confidence in me? And I am so in love with the idea that they would like me and that they won't walk out the door, that they'll want to have a beer with me, that I'll say, hey, sure, I can watch myself. I know they're kind of slippery, but they're probably just, everybody's got their ways. And you stay in the room and you say, well, sure, I got confidence. Sure, sure, but how long is this going to go on, or what do you need from me here, or how long do you need me to step into this dark space with you here? If they say, I'll keep you in suspense, and you don't recognize that as a joke that's not a joke, if you don't see that, no matter the smile on their face, if you miss the rumble of the engine in their malice, that is the actual race they're trying to run, you may be harmed. And you're being informed by someone that you may be asking for it in their estimation of things. You're possibly or likely in danger. And the thing to do is to take space, make calmly your executive function assured of safety. So, having hurt our family member, who is now back home, the person we are filing a restraining order from is banging on the door, saying, hey, baby, I'm going to make an honest woman out of you. Why are you're trying to get in the way of my marriage? I'm an honorable man who has proposed marriage, and you're trying to get in the way of that? And we're saying, you smeared shit and blood in our house when you came here and broke in and said she's going away with you. And we said, no, the date's over, kid. And you winced sorry as you walked away into the night. But then we see you posting online that you did nothing wrong? How is it that people died and that you told us you were going to keep us in suspense? How is it that you threw a party for yourself and told us all that there were 300,000 people when there were only 50? And we said, well, no, 50 is great. I love a party. This would be too big for this space. It's a beautiful... Are you saying my space is... It was the biggest ever in the whole world, in person and online? Or else? Someone who wages confidence and tells you what the facts are is grooming you. The confidence is just a way in to conquest. Someone doesn't grab your private parts and tell them that they're declassified as a joke. That's how a human body is taken over and how a nation or a planet is taken over. Look up Sudetenland. We are in an abusive relationship with the falsehood. And not any party or person is safe from embodying or utilizing falsehood, but to don falsehood completely, to not be aware of fighting it and of the temptation to utilize that kind of harm, when we can in fact just be honest and self-regulate and deal with our own boundaries and foster consent and be honorable, kind people as we conduct our lives. We are in an abusive relationship, all of us, with Donald Trump and his malicious band of white supremacist, patriarchal terrorist thugs. And a lynch mob works on a pressured con. The idea of having terrified everyone, manipulating that compromised fear. Because when we are afraid, our imagination disappears, our awareness of what's possible disappears, our knowledge that we can be safe and that our genius and our common sense and the things that our parents taught us that are true and good can help us get through any situation. Have you confidence in me? And I'll keep you in suspense. We took that because enough of us wanted to believe that he liked us and loved us and that we were savvy and in the game too. And that would have been neat, but that's not true. Truth isn't your flavor of fantasy that belongs to you. That has a different name. And that's one you can choose too. And you can choose to say that someone who acts like an antichrist is the new Jesus. But you are merely labeling the falsehood unsafely. And the falsehood will unmask, or you will be gone before you can apprehend the falsehood in their cavity. It's important. The mystery font is something that it is safe to participate in and look into. We are all a font of mystery. And it's safe to be in a room alone with your own mind. It's safe to have a conversation with another person. We need to calm down and be able to self-regulate so that we know we are personally safe, and to be in touch with good information from a number of sources that, outside of those that we trust, that we look as well to find things that we also can see are true and more than we already knew. that what we trust, we verify, and that what we see in the world, especially the things that we don't like, but we don't want to lie to ourselves about not being there, that we also verify. If there's a thing out there that I don't like, I don't need to focus on it all the time, but I want to be aware, because I don't want to support it. I don't want to wear a t-shirt for that guy if he's actually doing some nasty stuff or whatever. I don't want to fly a flag for someone who's harming people. And that's awareness. It's about being awake. And as far as I can see, Jesus was woke. And to try to take away from anyone their humanity or their connection to self-calibration of their own eyes and ears and mind and brain and perception and intuition and personal knowledge and genius is a crime against humanity. We need to regard people who are telling us to not be aware as trying to put us to sleep. Who really is trying to take advantage of sheep as people, other than people who are trying to truly scare people and say, you don't have the way to figure this out. Have confidence in me. I will be your eyes and ears. So I am concerned when I see things that don't seem to be safe. I'm concerned that 1984 might be happening here. And so our eyes and ears need to be our own.
I made a speech. I looked out. The field it looked like 1 million, 1.5 million people. They showed a field where there were practically nobody standing there.
The new White House press secretary, Sean Spicer, gave his first press briefing. He was also highly critical of some media organisations of the way he felt they had misrepresented the number of people who'd attended Friday's inauguration ceremony.
No one had numbers because the National Park Service, which controls the National Mall, does not put any out. This was the largest audience to ever witness an inauguration, period, both in person and around the globe.
It does not excuse, and you did not answer the question.
I did answer your question.
No, you did not. You did not answer the question of why the president asked the White House press secretary to come out in front of the podium for the first time and utter a falsehood. Why did he do that? It undermines the credibility of the entire White House press office on day one.
Don't be so overly dramatic about it, Chuck. You're saying it's a falsehood, and they're giving Sean Spicer, our press secretary, gave alternative facts to that. But the point remains.
just ever
Hello. You are at the Mystery Font, and you are most welcome. In fact, here in Camden and Minneapolis, Minnesota, every day this space is, as you see, some sort of camera obscura, a space of intuition where I'm creating art but also offer appointments and am recording artists and other minds and thinkers, especially sharing ideas about democracy. And you too are invited. This promontory is safe, see? It is the Mystery Font with me. And my name is Tim, and you're welcome here. This and the coffee I've just brewed is a daily thing. And sharing stories and sharing space in which we can look into another place that oil and water might have time trying to connect, but we can at least share proximate space. And you are welcome. We're supposed to have a way to be safe in the imagination of democracy. We're supposed to have a way to know that it's safe to be sensitive and take in from the outside world what is happening and let it affect us. Let ourselves be sensitive as we are. And under collective trauma, under the trauma of being in an abusive relationship together, we have a lot on our plate. It is terrifying. It's logical to be scared and difficult to be trusting when we know that cons are about, when we're reminded of this. But Maria Konnikova tells us that, in fact, it is trust that we must foster, that if we can't take it from a do-it-yourself a poker master, a poker champion who came from studying in psychology the minds and attributes and possible virtues and certain damage traits within confidence tricksters. And the ability that we might have to perceive falsehood is really how we know that we're safe. If we can be hoodwinked, then we are definitely unsafe in ways that we're supposed to be able to see coming. We're supposed to be able to see coming that we're deluding ourselves. If I can't see that I'm having imbalance and inability to take care of my own brain, then I am not really functioning in a way that is consistent with equality, because I'm potentially going to knock something out, maybe myself, while I'm driving a bus. And traffic is not a place to play, potentially. How can we be respectful of consent, actual care given, if we're not cognizant that we can create distortions in reality that can harm and tear up safety and our lives? If we're not aware of that, then are we not actually lies? Are we not actually fostering ourselves into a place that is simply a prison? When equality, if held that I am my own illumination beacon, my own invitation, and I care for myself, I take care to be my kindness come, my own version of what I believe is real and good and just. We are all our own reality distortion fielding. And that it's not a prison we keep ourselves in, but a place where our genius and our intuition and all that we can learn, free from being indoctrinated into one small category, a small bigoted lens through which we see the eyes of life with fear. If we allow ourselves to say, you are strong enough to foster kindness in your children, such that you don't have to make them submit, then maybe we are offering our children true freedom, that we actually gift a vibrant education. We water the fields that are fertile. We don't say to our children, like corrupt people in office say to us, well, you wouldn't know how to spend that. You wouldn't know what to do with that attention. You wouldn't know what to do with that kind of support for your education. You wouldn't know what to do with all those books. You wouldn't know how to tell what from what. We need to stop the harmful limiting, the harmful censorship, the harmful breaking of our human trust, of sharing knowledge, of sharing information on what diseases we carry so our children are not vulnerable to them. That is part of equality. If we are not vibrantly kind enough to see past the bricks in our mind and dissolve them with humankind, our kindness will never come. Our humankind kindness that remembers we are all on a journey and that it is only an addiction, a terrorized into belief, coerced, you will believe this or you don't get out of this room alive, kid, traumatically induced addiction to punishment. Most men in America have their consent shattered on the day they're born with genital mutilation. That happened to me, and that is a rupture of consent. And I now call for the end of circumcision forever in America. That women are typically free from that lack of consent, that rupture. And it is time to allow men to be free from that as well. We are not continuing generational obliteration of sensitivity and robbing someone of part of what is their life and their birthright. We're having trouble with a lot of men being tortured by chronically bad ideas by terrorists like Andrew Tate and Ben Shapiro and Stephen Crowder and Alex Jones and Marjorie Taylor Greene. These people who degrade our ideas about what women deserve are truly toxic to the course of humanity and need psychological care. Fetal alcohol syndrome is simply a terrible tragedy and deserves health care. And lynch mob brain also needs health care, not more people gathering around them to believe the terroristic nonsense that they are irresponsibly spraying. We are a kindness come. And no, it's not all right to say you're a Christian nationalist, and that's not censorship. I just reproached you, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and you will learn how free speech holds reproach within it safely. You don't get to kind of trampoline yourself into all of us having a panic attack that you get to control. The answer is no, Marjorie. The answer to whether or not someone who told us they would keep us in suspense about whether they'd ever leave and leveraged that as a joke, but proved that in fact it was a plan and they were confessing ahead of time, and then projected that others would do that, and in fact proved that they were here to cheat. Donald Trump, having cheated on January 6th, having fomented the idea that it would be rigged, having fostered a hoax over the course of years, and degrading our expectations that we could trust systems to figure things out, or that if there were problems, there are ways to do it, was so aggressive and terroristic and potent that we were not able to apprehend, and still are hoodwinked by the idea that possibly 2020 was stolen by him, rather than that he was the person behind the curtain, and that if the only evidence we keep finding is of Donald Trump constructing a fog of falsehood, then we actually have a good amount of evidence to say that that is the falsehood we are apprehending here. That we see the actual fraud and malice, and that the projection of someone else doing a hoax is exactly what fascist, extremist, right-wing, totalitarian minds do. That is how lynch mobs are started, by someone who knows what it feels like to bring poison wool blankets because they did it, and who knows what it's like to hurt people and string them up because they've done it, to say there are wolves in the street and cause a panic and then control it, to use it to create actual violence. That is the codec that Marjorie Taylor Greene and Alex Jones are indoctrinating people into. That is the codec of Donald Trump. It is a lynch mob brain. It is trying to decrease our ability to regulate our own emotions and panic so that we can be controlled, and people will die, and people will be hurt and put in jail, and lives will be ruined. And a police state, just as Marjorie Taylor Greene called for in insurrection on January 6th, and in the days preceding that, we see that the insurrection continues, because shouting into a horn, stolen, is someone's right. But calling an amphitheater of democracy together and then shouting fire into that is different. Shouting fire into the amphitheater of democracy and saying stolen, I have proof, and creating a confident resonance of terror waiting for that proof is ridiculous. And only a nation completely degraded would not see, a nation degraded by terroristic abuse to be able to expect the truth, would see that the fact was being withheld from us. When Rudy Giuliani and Donald Trump promised they had proof of fraud, how could the most powerful man in the world not marshal together whatever photographic evidence or testimony was actually proof? Why would it be so hard to prove something that was so massive? Unless it is a massive lie, a Trojan horse to cement absolute power. And so he desisted. We all remember that we saw him cheat. We all remember that he tried to stay with violence and political tactics that were both illegal, and that people died and there was blood and shit smeared in our nation's capital. We all saw it. And we've seen again that in the mountains of actual evidence and forensic findings, it's all hoodwinked people and or racists and patriarchal terrorists, people who believe in white supremacy or are hoodwinked by it, and part of a Ku Klux Klan called MAGA, utilizing those Ku Klux Klan names and all of that rhetoric and trying to cloak it in an old Ku Klux Klan slogan shows it's coming from where it's named from. And of all the shocking boundary violations that should have been read as someone slowly taking us over and making us used to taking us over, saying I'll keep you in suspense about if I'm going to leave your bed isn't a joke, and it's not flirting. And you'll soon be dead. That's how that works. Look up Sudetenland. And so, to care for one another, we need to apprehend when people are speaking with lynch mob brain. When people are speaking with the authority of fact, but only giving accusations, that's someone trying to gin violence. That's someone trying to gin hatred. That's someone trying to gin something that is too corrupt to be true. And it's worth calmly asking them about and helping them to either find truth or healthcare. In terms of there's support for people that hoodwinked who are talking about sowing violence or talking about there being something wrong with other people because they're who they are. There are ways to live our own lives and not poke into the pants of other people and get in the way of what people in their own healthcare are doing. We need to recognize that Christian nationalism is Nazis taking over Christ as a weapon. Christ would never look across a river and a border and say those people are less human. Christ would never do that. Christ would raise the river to show us that we are all one deliver, one package of humanity. We are the reality distortion fielding. And when someone tells us that we are worthless, when someone tells us that I'll keep you in suspense, when someone tells you with everything that they say, I have absolute authority, you need to be aware that you are dealing with the falsehood. That's not someone who is caring for equality. That's definitely someone going to an otherwhere that is not a dare, it's not a joke or a friendly scare. It's not a test. It's not a you want to go to there. It's somebody saying to you, I have absolute absolute authority. And you clappa clappa, clappa clappa, clappa clappa idiots. You will clappa clappa idiots. You will do exactly, listen, you will do exactly as I say, and I have absolute authority. I'm asking you to listen to the idea that everything that Donald Trump says tells us that he is in charge, that he has absolute transcendent authority, and that is a criminal attempt to take over our minds and our country. That is a reality distortion field that we will not survive the wielding of if we don't say no. No, no, no. No, you do not. You do not get to take over our minds with the idea that you are the absolute authority on anything. It's time to say no. If we don't say no, as a community, as individuals, it will not matter that we have held him legally responsible for his atrocious crimes and his horrible degradation of our country and our self-respect. Tell me what self-respecting parent would let the person who assaulted their child come back to the house saying, I have authority and I'm here to marry your daughter. I'm here to make an honest woman. No, I love her. I didn't do anything wrong. Come on. You know me. Come on. I have absolute authority. You know me. I have absolute authority. That with everything that he says, he is saying that he gets to make the rules. That the headline can always be translated to him saying, I, Donald Trump, have absolute authority. And we have to say no. When someone says, I get to do whatever I want, even if it's going to tear apart this whole world, you say, no. No, you don't. No, you don't talk to America like that. No, you don't tell us that you will call people disabled, that you will and make fun of them with how you say it, that you will look to our neighbors in Mexico and say they're sending rapists. No, you don't. No one talks to our neighbors like that. No one talks to human beings like that. If we don't realize that we have to say no to a chronic asshole, literally breaking down with terrorism, our self-respect, all of us, and say, no, you don't talk to us like that, then the submission will be complete. We have almost completely submitted to him. Because internalizing and wearing as, cool points, yeah, man, that you're being farmed by someone who doesn't care about you and who is harming people and laughing about it. None of that is good. And none of that is the pursuit of happiness, which is our right. We get to pursue happiness. We literally do. It's part of our birthright. All of us. So what I propose is that we listen to that in ourselves. I propose that we listen to the truth that is that humankind is one kind come. We actually created this construct of race. And I'm not here to say that we're going to erase accountability for what white people have done to harm this global family. I'm saying that we are light brown. We're beige or pink town. And we're part of the human family if we actually act in accordance with the idea that all life does matter. If all lives matter, then white people should have no problem saying Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. And land back. And all of us deserve safe space. And anyone who has a problem saying that has a problem that is a cancer among us. No human being doesn't belong. We all deserve kindness. We all do. And there's enough. There's enough room. There's enough food. There's enough joy. And it's not only the harm of violence done and of things stolen. It's not just that you burned the house down. It's that you were probably going to be invited sooner or later to come to one of our picnics, and you've never tasted anything like Anna's sweet potato pie. And Patricia actually has these greens that will like melt your mind. It's the most amazing thing. And you're gonna laugh together. And I would have met you both. But that is stolen. All of the joy of pursuing happiness together is stolen by hatred and by fear and by people like Marjorie Taylor Greene coming into the room with venom and hatred and malice and Nellie Olson manifest destiny energy. No more declanned Karenhood. No. You don't get to come in with the violent propriety of whiteness's assumed perfection and say, I'm uncomfortable, hurt somebody so that I'm safe. No. No, you terrorist windbag. Absolutely not. Absolutely not, Marjorie. No. We just need to say no to these people. And if they don't stop, help them find health care so that they can stop on their own. But there is accountability. And yes, if I see someone get pulled over and I'm watching and it seems like, well, they're being abused, I'm probably gonna film. But likewise, if someone is harming an officer of the law, if someone is doing something bad to someone who is working to be an officer of peace, a reeve, a helpful eye, who cares, none of us deserve to be harmed. And we can fix the systems that terroristically capitalize on need and vulnerability. What kind of game are we literally planning to play every day when we could play a game that's plenty difficult of just trying to create cool stuff together? If we took out of the mix that there is punishment if you don't find enough sticks, that there are enough sticks that we can make a bonfire at the end of the night and we don't put anybody in it, that we actually just treat one another with kindness. If we make a ground floor that everyone is on this earth, this great globe has space and atmosphere and resources enough. If you believe in the limitless bounty of the universe or of God or any religion, or are just grateful that existence is, let's work to have gratitude for what is here and all that we can make with what is here. The geniuses that are telling us that climate change is real and that climate collapse is happening, and that we actually need to clear fascists and their threat out of our way so that while safe, we can now once again protect our water and our oceans, which are about to collapse. Up until now, we've been talking in hyperbole when we say, this is about democracy, but we're literally looking at the tent poles. And people are trying to chop the tent poles. It only is held together if we hold it together. And that means there are parts of this that I'm not gonna like. But I like and love that you are safe and that we can continue to work these things out. You are strong and brilliant and genius. And you and your family have what it takes to recognize what diseases we carry, and that includes what crimes we are mourning and in contrition for and paying for. Good people don't tell valid authorities you're a sham and this is all a hoax. Because if we believe that there should be a way to hold things responsible, then we trust the process. And if the process proves itself faulty by process, not by I fantasized that it would end one way and it didn't, but actually how the process works, we can see whether or not things are accountable. The idea that we simply need to blow things up and lynch mob freedom into 1776ery is just a terroristic nightmare of someone who wants you to lose executive function so they can point and say, go destroy there. You are not a go destroy there. You are not a Gestapo. You are a kindness come. You're a human being and you deserve kindness. You deserve kindness, and that means you should never be asked to shock somebody in the next room because somebody told you there's punishment and it gets to be deserved. You should not be told that you get to scream at somebody, go into that room and here's a knife and fix it. You should not be terrorized, and you should recognize that if someone is trying to indoctrinate you into terrorism and hatred, that you're being harmed and you don't deserve it. There is a way out, and there is a way to human family. You are a kindness come. Thank you for being with me here at the Mystery Font. Be one new under the sun. We are a kindness come. Our kindness is where our kindness comes from. Be one. I'm gonna get my coffee. Whoa! And knock into something apparently. Yeah, it's time for coffee for sure. It's time for coffee in this person's body. I'm going to make it happen, hottie. It's really going to be a naughty, not that naughty thing. It's gonna be a good thing, king. It's gonna be the queen and ring. Ooh, yeah, thing. Coffee does. Oh, yes, here we go. Wow, I get to. It's pretty good. This is pretty good. And. Yeah, not bad. That's better. You are welcome here to the Mystery Font. This is a song that I wrote for a special person, and it's called Constance, Kindness Come. Come, be one new under the sun. We are a kindness come. Be numbered among. We are a kindness come. We are a kindness come.
We are a kindness come. Be numbered among. You are a kindness come. We are a kindness come. We are a kindness. Please remember you are one human with every symptom. You are a kindness come. Our kindness is where our kindness comes from. Please remember you are one human with all the symptoms, with one part on a spectrum. I'm kindness, I know because I kind some. Please be one. New under the sun. We are a kindness come. We are a kindness come. We are a kindness come. Our kindness is where our kindness comes from. Please be one.
I made a speech. I looked out. The field was, it looked like a million and a half people. They showed a field where there were practically nobody standing there.
The new White House press secretary, Sean Spicer, gave his first press briefing. He was also highly critical of some media organisations of the way he felt they had misrepresented the number of people who'd attended Friday's inauguration ceremony.
No one had numbers because the National Park Service, which controls the National Mall, does not put any out. This was the largest audience to ever witness an inauguration, period, both in person and around the globe.
It's
It
still
does
out
not
there.
excuse, and you did not answer the question.
I did answer
no,
your
you
question.
did not. You did
Yes,
not
I
answer
did.
the question of why the president asked the White House press secretary to come out in front of the podium for the first time and utter a falsehood. Why did he do that? It undermines the credibility of the entire White House press office
No,
on
it
day
doesn't. Don't be so overly dramatic about it, Chuck. You're saying it's a falsehood, and they're giving Sean Spicer, our press secretary, gave alternative facts to that. But the point
Wait a minute.
remains
Alternative
that
largest ever.
I made a speech. I looked out. The field was, it looked like a million and a half people. They showed a field where there were practically nobody standing there.
The new White House press secretary, Sean Spicer, gave his first press briefing. He was also highly critical of some media organisations of the way he felt they had misrepresented the number of people who'd attended Friday's inauguration ceremony.
No one had numbers because the National Park Service, which controls the National Mall, does not put any out. This was the largest audience to ever witness an inauguration, period, both in person and around the globe.
It's
It
still
does
out
not
there.
excuse, and you did not answer the question.
I did answer
No,
your
you
question.
did not. You did
Yes,
not
I
answer
did.
the question of why the president asked the White House press secretary to come out in front of the podium for the first time and utter a falsehood. Why did he do that? It undermines the credibility of the entire White House press office
No,
on
it
day
doesn't.
one.
Don't be so overly dramatic about it, Chuck. You're saying it's a falsehood, and they're giving Sean Spicer, our press secretary, gave alternative facts to that. But the point
Wait a minute.
remains.
Alternative.
This was the largest ever.
Welcome. You are at the Mystery Font, and this place for play and illumination and meditation on what's happening around us is the imagination of democracy. You are welcome here. You are welcome here as a thinker, as a mind, as an artist, and I invite you to bring your thought piece, your art, your song, your piece of dance, your piece of theater, your film, to know that if you stretch out on this promontory from your neighborhood and touch this point here, that one of the portals or chambers here at the Mystery Font can be a place for you, a place where your genius can haunt, that this is a fonted house. And my personal mystery font is banded together with this. Together, this is the mystery font. I've been recording artists here, telling stories, sharing songs, and in the multiple spaces here and outside. In each of these chambers and in the portals that are around, we can share things that we haven't seen before. We can share things that haven't had voice and deserve it. And you are the renovation of love's imagination. Oh, sometimes I make a noise unexpectedly, like there. But that's the thing, that as we go about our day, sometimes we, in our roles, make mistakes. And what does it mean to preside? What is that after all? What is it to be decent? Certainly, to be caring for our community, we have to be, all of us, keeping watch. That it's our duty, each of us, if we see something, to say something. The watch is to preside. If you see something, say something. That's the agreement of office. It's the agreement of responsibility, of personal responsibility, at the most basic good faith level. And if you ask for the general watch, then you are the one who sees storms coming. You, in fact, are telling us that you're good at it, that you're good at seeing storms coming, and that when they come, you will tell us. Will you tell us? Will you say something? If you see something, will you say something? And if you are not acting in good faith, and we do not trust you to say something if you see something, then you are not someone who is running for office. If when you see something, you say nothing, you have become destruction. if when you see something, you say nothing, all that we have to go on is that you will not level with us, that you will level us. And we deserve better than that. We deserve better than that. We deserve better than that. So these preview early episodes of the Mystery Font 42 Open to It are about waking us out of slumber that will allow fascism, because we cannot allow fascism. You deserve safety. Your family and your community and your world deserves safety. And no one of any party gets to sow literal fascism. The Project 2025 of the Heritage Foundation and Donald Trump have declared that they are going to install fascist dictatorship. The plan has been published, and there is no good version of that. So, because I see something, I'm saying something. We're not going down that road. We are not going to allow our country to descend into fascist, racist, homophobic, transphobic, anti-woman, anti-child future, anti-life, patriarchal terrorist dictatorship. There's actually some documents here that we've worked on for a long time and been doing pretty well with. And it would be a shame if we never even just once if we just once actually gave it a try. If we actually decided to believe that we can truly find safety and kindness together, that we truly do deserve the chance for democracy to be safe. We do deserve the chance for, let's see what happens if we take the training wheels that white people have enjoyed off of the game and let everybody play and protect white people too, but protect all of us. Protect all of us and leave no one behind. We are strong enough to face the crimes that have happened before and process them honestly. And only a neo-Nazi who wants to continue to profit off of slavery's math would try to indoctrinate a new generation of KKK vulnerable children. Only someone looking to continue and profit from human rights crimes for which there is no statute of limitations, trying to cover up that matrix of white supremacist, genocidal enslavement and harm, would tell you that you don't get to talk about racism or tell you that you don't get to say gay. Only a Nazi terrorist would tell you not to be awake. Only a Nazi terrorist would tell you that woke is a mind virus. Only a neo-Nazi terrorist would tell you that being woke is being corrupted by a mind virus. Kindness is not a mind virus. Kindness is human family. Kindness is human family. And your intuition and the people who you trust, we know this. Kindness is kindness come. It's pretty simple. We do deserve to feel and enjoy kindness and benefit from how there is for everyone that security. When someone asks you, have you confidence in me? What are they saying?
One of my own ilk. You see, it's a comfort because at least you understand what it means that my watch is broken. At least I have the confidence that I'm with another professional, decent person. Have you confidence in me to lend me your watch until tomorrow?
You are in an abusive relationship. Shocking boundary violations are one common grooming tactic of a narcissist or dark triad personality. If someone in your life points into a camera knowing you'll be looking at the view screen and pulls their finger like a trigger, looking into your eyes, saying, I could shoot someone in the street and not lose anyone, it is a good indicator of a bad situation. You are in an abusive relationship. Who has leveraged and climbed upon a fog of falsehood? Who has donned the falsehood? Who is the falsehood?
Sets the fear of separation. this all too clear? Need you so. Take these broken wings, learn to fly again, learn to live so free. When we hear the voices sing, the book of love will open up and let us in. Take these broken wings. Maybe think tonight we can take what was wrong, make it Baby, it's all I know, that you're half of the flesh and blood that makes me whole. I need you so. Take these broken wings and learn to fly again, learn to live so free. When we hear the voices sing, book of love will open up and let us in. Take these broken wings and learn to fly again and love so free. When we hear the voices sing, book of love will open up and let us in. Show us where to begin. Let us in. Let us Baby, it's all I know, that you're half of the flesh and blood that makes me whole. Take these broken wings and learn to fly again, live and love so free. When we hear the voices sing, the book of love will open up and let us in. Take these broken wings, we've got to learn to fly and love so free. We hear the voices sing, the book of love will open up, let us in, show us where to begin. The book of love will open up and let us in.
grateful that you exist and that you are who you are. That you dare to be you. You're at the mystery font. And it's safe. It's safe to be here. It's safe to think about things that are difficult and are scary. But we can find a pathway. You're at the mystery font. And it's safe. It's safe to be here. Let him speak. It's safe to think about things that are difficult and are scary. Yes. But we can find a pathway. You're at the mystery font. Yes. It's true. It's true that we can actually have the interactions and the understanding and kindness that we need and want. We can talk about difficult issues. We can find the courage to calm ourselves enough to have these conversations safely. Someone asking to hold the watch, to take and hold everyone's watch, is asking for a lot. And do we believe that in the light of day, and day after day, a person who says, sure, trust me, I'll follow the rules, yeah. And when we say, yes, but what if the result doesn't come out like you like? Will you still, in the light of day, still see the truth that tells you that is the lodestar of the way? Where is the just aperture of American democracy's lens focusing? Not to win for anyone. Not to say there are real Americans and others, but to say we are all one. And that we don't let anyone do something to jeopardize our union together, our safe space together, to be human family. Our opportunity here is so massive. We have a document that works. We have a way to do this that we know we can trust. We have been truly degraded, and to step up into view is important. Once someone says to you, no, you don't belong here, you go away, you're not really in the relationship anymore. You are part of the resonation of love's imagination, and you are part of our human family. You matter. And making sure that this light stays lit for all, that's our project. Don't let anybody tell you that we can't do that. That is somebody shit-talking America. That is someone shit-talking our resiliency and our generosity, but more so, our genius and the incredible profit of our hard work. Don't let anybody tell you that you're not a hard worker. Let's put it in stone. The only people who try to leverage the idea of laziness are corrupt, and they are slave masters. No one is lazy. We want to live, and we want our hard work to have an outcome that we share in. So, how is this light fostered for all? If we don't choose not to level one another because we've been convinced that there's not enough, and convinced that somebody's trying to, we're getting swept up into a condition that I call lynch mob brain. And it's a space of triggered loss of executive function that happens when one is terrorized. We're in trauma space together. We've had an abusive relationship going on for 8 years. Someone saying, I'll keep you in suspense about when I leave, is coercing you to accept their domination. Saying, oh, that's my Sudetenland. I declassified it with my mind. Our private parts don't deserve to be punished, don't deserve to be declassified. Our private parts are our private parts, not to be circumcised without consent, because that breeds the lies that punishment and consent is removable and should be. And if housed under the idea that nothing happened and nothing was wrong, we see how circumcision of boys literally teaches them by violence, taught me by violence, that killing is a punishment that comes, and that it will happen, and then plastering over that just slightly by not talking about it, and it never happened. And oh, we just do that, that scar is just there. And wait, I have a question. Does that mean we're doing that to everybody? Wait. Oh, did you want Cheerios or cornflakes? We are conditioned by punishment to have incepted that into us, that that's a normal state of affairs. But it's time to remove that torture from our human family. We are the reinforcements of God's imagination. That is what being invited here is. We help love love. And so we're removing the things that tear apart consent and getting terroristically lynch mob brained people out of the doctors and waiting rooms of other people to have serious conversations. Tim Pool and Ben Shapiro and other patriarchal terrorists like that can back off of the human family now. You are on notice that you neo-Nazis and you patriarchal terrorists do not have permission to degrade people. Andrew Tate, the answer is no. Back off. Back off with your menacing malice, normalized by the permutation of the falsehood. I'm Luke Skywalker, and I'm here to rescue you. Punishment is done. Like any war, now that it's won, it continues to be fought, but kindness is come. My name is Tim Cameron, and I am a public display of affection. You are the resonation of love's imagination. We are up to the task of truth and reconciliation, and with the vast wealth of human brain trust and birthright of that knowledge and intuition, and with stewarding our habitat so that we can live to foster this positive future, we can actually calm down together. Amidst the incredible, malicious, psychological, stochastic, and literal terrorism. Well, stochastic terrorism is literal terrorism. Amidst this stochastic terror and this actual violent assault of 8 years of siege upon our very expectation of human kindness, we have all but eroded our sense that we deserve human family and kindness. And we have been taken back to a time when terrorism of blind adherence to white supremacy ruled and veiled was the day. And that was abject terrorism. We can all love our grandparents. Certainly, indigenous peoples who came to this land, it is true, who were of this land, that indigenous peoples are of their land, that the people who came into being here, the people who came from other places, the terrorists and the harm that cemented America here didn't have to do it that way. We didn't have to become a part of something. My ancestors didn't have to become a part of something through bloodthirsty Jeffrey Dahmer community-wide spreads of terror bath. That bloodbath was an abomination and was wrong. The point is not to make us feel bad as white people or as the generations here now. The point is to recognize it for exactly what it was. And yes, there was violence and aspects of slavery in the world, but doing a Henry Ford on some amount of slavery into chattel slavery on a scale of 15 million people is not, oh yeah, that was around. No. No. The harm done here is what taught Hitler to do what he did, and he talked about that. We have to mourn and be responsible for by stewarding that history well and learning from it, or we are all complicit and we are all criminals. This is a crime scene, and we need to treat it with love and honor and care. White people should have asked, once the veil was broken, when a brother in this city, a brother of mine in humankind in this city was murdered in Panoptic Videodrome, when we saw George Floyd's noble life extinguished with terroristic malice and gaslight saying, you accept this now. That horror show that was the opposite of good, that broke open the veil to let us see the matrix of white supremacist patriarchal terror, and that we are submitted to that. Donald Trump has reinforced and overdrived that with cult of personality around him, and an idea that there is some kind of terroristic vengeance that is just, and that is pure abomination. There's no God or love or nexus of light that produces that. That's called evil super midnight. It's called obsidian looks like light because obsidian's too dark to be bright. We see that terror of the falsehood's wanton destruction. That is the opposite of hope. It is the opposite of life. It is definitely the opposite of being truly pro-life. The venom of hatred and falsehood is not for human family. So I ask that we get better now at apprehending the falsehood. When that rich asshole with a reputation for sexual assault came and took someone from our family out, and while driving away saying, wait, where are you going? He said, I'll keep you in suspense about when I'm bringing her back, laughing at us as they sped off. And she's looking at us like, whoa, I'm sorry. What's going on? She's brought back, or he's brought back, our child is brought back. Whomever they are, someone from our family. It could be your mother. Maybe grandma has a date. That sounds about right. Grandma has a date and she's looking into our eyes with panic as he's like, I'll keep you in suspense, after we say, oh, when are you coming back? And a mean look in his eyes says those words. And we're like, where are you going? Well, she comes back and she has a bruise and she's crying. And there's a little bit of poop and blood on her pant leg. And she doesn't want to talk about it. And then he says, I'm sorry. And then he says, nothing happened. In fact, I didn't do anything wrong. If I did, you deserved it and you liked it. And I did nothing wrong, and I did nothing wrong, and I did nothing wrong. And as we're trying to talk to grandmother, Libby, about, can we help you? What happened? Did something happen? It didn't seem like he was friendly. We didn't really protect you well. We thought you wanted to go with him, and suddenly he was mean, and we didn't even have time to really greet him and say hello. It was very odd. What happened? Are you okay? We love you. Are you okay? Are you all right? And we're going through the list of things we need to do to think about how do we file a restraining order. And then he's banging on the door, saying, hey, Libby! Oh, come on. You're not going to get in the way of my marriage. I have an honorable proposal of marriage, and once that happens, you don't camp on that, girl. You're not as young as you used to be, and, I don't care what family's in this house. I'm coming to get you because I'm going to make an honest woman out of you, baby. And we're like, will you go away? And he says, I'll keep you in suspense. I'm asking if you can now see the glowing iceberg in the bandwidth of illumination that is telling us it's coming or else. We are being literally terrorized by Donald Trump, Carrie Lake, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Alex Jones, Ron DeSantis, and their ilk. It is wrong, and it is a crime to come out into the street saying, there's a wolf, if you know there's not. Saying, there's a wolf, I have a hair of the wolf. Donald Trump, he said he found a hair of the wolf. He had proof. And then we were locked in Groundhog's Day for 2 months while he could have pressed send. I guess Rudy and Donald were mopping up driplets of gravitas from around their temples because they just, with all of the power of the presidency, couldn't press send on one gathered document of fraud that changed the outcome of the 2020 election in Donald's favor or against Donald. If you can't find anything and you're saying, oh, I'm going to send it, sure, I want to remind you of peanuts. I want to ask you to think of Lucy and the football. And every time between the election in 2020 and December 6th and January 6th, 2021, that every time between November 2020 and January 6th, 2021, that every time we think about, wait, no, what he said there was evident. Here, come on, Charlie Brown. Hey, Charlie Brown, come and kick the football. The constant gaslighting of, oh, sure, here, it's right here, come on and kick it, and it's not there. Well, if he said, why isn't he pressing send? But he's telling us every single day, we're under attack and you have to protect it. That is the creation of a Groundhog's Day of ginning a lynch mob. When you only use, I know it and feel it and it's this suspicion, oh, I just know it. That is the language of lynch mob. That is the language of somebody saying, do you have confidence in me so that if I'm super aggressively angry at somebody and I just hate him and I want to get him, you're going to come with me? You know me. Let's go get him. He said, you are booger face. Yeah, come on. Wait. Booger face? Yeah, come on. Whoa. That's what Marjorie is bringing us. That's what Magali, traitor, greed, Marjorie Taylor Greene is bringing us. She is bringing us an Alex Jones poison cocktail that zombifies someone into being a simple warrior against humankind under the disguised guise that you're protecting America. You're pointed in the wrong direction. When you lie to someone and incept a falsehood, you have robotized someone. You have removed consent. You have not advised and with consent so that then can choose and themselves say, oh, I now know the options. And I can make a new option, or I can ask for something else. I can build my own thing within these options I understand. I see the world people have leveled with me. And now I can make a choice with consent. I can say, no, I don't want to take your job. I can say, whoa, we're going to move. We don't like it here. We don't like this. If you're not going to protect our interests in this way, we're going to move. Or we're going to take our need to court. We can and deserve to have the expectation of good faith and redress of grievances. And doing that without lynch mobbing. And it's time to back off the idea that people fighting for their basic rights are harm. Black Lives Matter is a human rights organization, and it is a mission of humanity. Feminists are a humanist mission. I'm not going to put my label on other people, but as I see it, and as I hope we all regard anyone on the mission to be their own actualized self or actualized community, actualized group which says, based on this, we want to make sure that there's room to say, hey, we're here. And we exist, and so let it be. Such that people say, oh, you guys are into doing this stuff with the lights and you're floating these aircraft at night and you want to let us know so we don't interrupt that ceremony, and it's kind of a cool technology that we can benefit from, but we're just letting each other know so that we don't harvest our crops in a way that blows into your stuff and screws it up, or not know what it is and spend money thinking we're getting something dangerous out of the tree. Like, if we don't understand, oh, that's a cool experiment you have going. Oh, that smell that we're worried about, the farm was just sprayed with something and it's safe. We can show you about it. We let each other know what's happening because we deserve to be advised so we can have consent. We deserve to know what's going on around us. We deserve to be woke. What is anti-wokeness? It's anti-blackness. It's anti-humanity. Jesus was very clear about saying that people should honor and love God, should celebrate and honor the majesty of existence and what creates it. And whatever you feel about Christ, this is not a Christian nation. This is a nation with freedom of religion, built by people who mostly were Christian, but Islam was here and other religions were here. And Judaism and Zoroastrianism and all kinds of religions from all over the world, things are welcome here. People are welcome here. Ideas are welcome here. Worships are welcome here. Celebrations are welcome here. You are welcome here. The only thing that's not welcome is cancer. If you have it in your leg, we're going to help you get rid of it and not spread it. If you have cancer in your mind and your mind, like your body, is saying, hey, there's more of this, let's make this party fun for all humankind, that cancer will try to spread. And we need to make sure that those people infected are given health care because they are vulnerable to spreading a zombification upon us. It's not okay to let fascism and hate spread. Reproach is part of human family, and it's part of free speech. It's okay to yell, it's okay to shout. And generally, at some point, we do need to dial in to say, hey, can you pipe down with that word? The way you're saying that word, that's a name that person doesn't use anymore. So stop, that we can have boundaries and say that. And that for you to tell me that the way that I talk to your partner, say, don't you ever fucking say that again. Don't you talk that way to her. Don't you say that again. My family doesn't like that kind of language, and we're in the neighborhood too. Can you keep that music down, and can you not yell it at us? That's a boundary for us. That's not censorship. And Marjorie Taylor Greene needs to hear this, that you need to show us so that we know you're not lynch mob braining yourself into a lynch mob apocalypse. We need you to understand you need to demonstrate the ability to de-escalate and work in good faith. This isn't a race to blood. This is a human race that has blood we're not willing to spill. We ask you now to calm down. Calm down and show us that you are not compromised by post-traumatic stress disorder or fetal alcohol syndrome or what I would term MAGA lynch mob brain. And the strategic idea that ginning terror and directing it to the oldest, worst, falsest stereotypes will somehow recloak the matrix of white supremacy and patriarchal terror. It won't. And since the right side of history, the left side of history, that is, since the good side of history will prevail. We just are going to say that crime is going to jail, and we're going to treat people with humanity. It's time for people who are pulled over with top secret documents that they've hung on to just be subject to law and order. That you sound more like Al Capone and that you sound more like the understood malice of Roy Cohn. You sound like malice itself when someone says, "You've hurt me," and you say, "Oh, you're all lies and sham. It's all a fake hoax." We saw you do it, sir. So you will be subject to the reality, distortion, fielding of humanity saying, no. Why would someone do what Donald Trump does with every single interaction, which is to say, I'm doing a good job and I have absolute authority. I'm holding up the roof, and if I stole it, it's because I'm the truth. I'm the truth, I'm the truth, I'm the truth, I'm the truth. And the roof is at the tip of my finger, if you pursueth. That everything that he says that. In defiance of science, in defiance of honor, in defiance of duty to the Constitution, to his oath of office, to his oath to shareholders, in various roles in his life. It is always, even when justifiably told, you have taken documents that no one can take. Human intelligence cannot be declassified by anyone. Stuff that is intelligence about people around the world, there is espionage, proof by our sanction, material. That has always been the case. We have in our minds this idea that someone is correct to say there's a person on a wall who is presiding over, or they have a person on a wall who is the trusted watch for the one who presides. But in any case, there is a watch. There's someone on the wall. And if you want to know about the machinery and the strength and grit and resolve and honor it takes to guard that wall safely, with safety for all, so you're not keeping the good things trapped, that there's freedom, and that if there's a storm coming of an infection or a hurricane, a pandemic, a contagion of racist, patriarchal hatred against anything non-cis white male, if you see something like that coming, then Martin Luther King would say that that's when character is revealed amidst strife. And so if above all someone says, I'm doing a good job and I'm right and I'm number one and I'm the light and I have absolute authority, and if I took something that you say no one gets to have, then I guess I'm the new out of sight because you can't even see my light, I'm always right. That's fine for a stand-up comic, but you don't get to do that as someone running for office because it's a confession. To say before the 2016 election, as Donald Trump did, that he would keep us in suspense, that was a terroristic threat against the United States of America. And Chris Wallace at Fox, the people that hosted that broadcast, and the Secret Service, and multiple people around the nation should have mobilized to say, you are now at the end of your candidacy. There were concerns before this, and you were on many lists of people who should be only cautiously allowed within the room that a president is in. And so this clinches it. Mr. Trump, you may leave the stage. Thank you for your honesty tonight, because by revealing yourself here and saying that you would keep us in suspense, we now have heard the projection and the threat and the promise that you would like to offer. And we decline your eligibility and your offer and your threat. But our reality distortion fields were so torn by the aggression of someone saying, I will tell you what's right, and when you look at my face to see, why did he say our neighbors are rapists? He's saying, no, baby, no, bad, go bad, boom, boom, you're fine, and we're fine, just come with me, hate's mine. Vengeance is mine, that's in the Bible too, and I'm God number 2, he says, I'm Trump come through. Don't we recognize and remember what it was like before degrading, violent, shocking boundary violations? Shocking boundary violations, like taking the Sudetenland or grabbing someone by the genitals, or telling us that it's normal for him to grab his daughter's behind and talk about having sex with her. And saying, oh yeah, I get to do this. I transcend this. I trump everything. I trump violence and harm and evil. I'm better than all. I can do anything. We need to listen to where we're being led and look at what's being said and feel the sky underneath our head. It is really dangerous to be convinced that being woke isn't actually part of patriotism. Because being aware and webbed into other people is part of perception. When in 1984 the state indoctrinates everyone with their final command that they will give up being, the users of their own eyes and ears, that you will let the state be your perception and tell you what truth is. They will be the ministry of truth. That is exactly the bandwidth of Donald Trump's assertion that he is the absolute authority. It is the bandwidth of Elon Musk's terroristic, apocalyptic joking and stalking us on his own global platform that he is vandalizing to punish human kindness because he's afraid of a mind virus he calls the woke mind virus, when Jesus was woke, and that's why terrorists broke him on a cross. To actually bring kindness that does threaten to destabilize and reshuffle or say, who's here for the mission? We're going to make this world about kindness now. Yes, you big businesses do have to adjust. Maybe your money tables won't all be crushed, but there's going to be some flipping, and there's going to be some accountability. And the thing is, again, when an authority that is just shows up and says, you don't get to do that, that instead of saying, you're a sham, it's all fake, that we let we let the officer do their job and account for their being safe so that they're able to do their safe job. And we make the job safe with the expectation that everyone is treated with humanity, that no one is treated as vermin, and that it is unacceptable to bring white supremacist patriarchal terror into the job of being a peace officer, that anyone compromised by hateful ideology is helped to healthcare and from positions of authority. It's not safe. There's a place for everyone. But people who haven't done the work of being part of humanity with self-regulation that doesn't have a blind spot for terroristic cancer based on group and type and identity and an allowance for evil somewhere that says there's going to be punishment and here's it's going to happen. I'm going to hide it away and I'm going to bake it up. We all get to have our free minds. And in our social world together, we need to say there's no space for terrorizing one another, so that we have an edge of when we swing our arms and when we swing our words and we sing our songs that flow like birds. We want to have all the room in the world, and we want everyone else to have all the room in the world too. There's space enough, and I'll make space for you. And I expect that when I sing my song, once in a while, someone doesn't come through and set up a speaker and blast in my face, because that's not really singing. That's someone attacking, and it's not even really a review. There's space enough. There's enough. And we shouldn't be so degraded and hopeless that we let someone tell us that the scarcity myth is our inevitable ruin. No. Look behind door number 1, where your genius is and is sustainable, and with your intuition and knowledge and ability to choose what you want to do and how you want to focus your attention and be, if you're not being punished for making mistakes, but instead are helped to grow, if we are all simply given aid of being a community together that is growing, and we remove capitalism upon human need and vulnerability, then we build a ground floor upon which we have an ability on this whole planet to build, we have substrate. That if there's not a dungeon that we're throwing people into because we say, you put yourself there, ba ba ba, we literally will waste less resources failing and punishing. And if we actually honor our students and remove prisons from libraries and bring the books back and honor children and get teachers to be treated with dignity and paid like professional athletes, fostering the idea that each child is a new rocket, that we want to be able to safely reach escape velocity and independence and be part of a sky full of flight or new space elevators or something. But we're not all the same thing. We're not all carrying the same payload. And yet we all deserve our time and space of flight, and that the project doesn't happen overnight. Some people blast off on day 1 and some people blast off at 101 and then it's done. Time and space to pursue happiness, not against a race or a debt of punishment that is deserved somehow because we exist. There is enough. And the slave master lie that we are lazy and that there's not a way for the books to balance if we remove punishment for vulnerability, and if we say everyone gets a universal basic income, if everyone has a universal basic income and everyone has access to healthcare and fresh potable water and a place to live and access to communications, and if we have things like a fairness doctrine, which we had in media before, and protected our ability to know that conversations were actually fair and balanced, and not just calling themselves that, we would not have been so degraded to accept a news network calling itself a news network and fair and balanced while becoming a promulgator of absolute falsehood. Tucker Carlson and Rupert Murdoch and that band of lying thugs have done incredible, violent, bloody damage to global democracy, and to this planet and to human kindness. Tucker Carlson and his bullshit white genocides conspiracy theory should remind all honorless incels, and all people trying to stoke this false idea of white genocide. There's not a thing called white that's real. There are cultures that feed into this and that and all of this and that, and all of it is really this. There's one humanity that exists. If you fetishize light skin, if you really like that you're half Swedish and half Norwegian or something, that's neat. And there's space for that. But your supremacist shit is worse than shitty feet. No. You don't get to spread that. It's a false thing. It's a falsehood. And to tell you that white supremacy is a falsehood and that it never deserved to be a thing, that whiteness was vaunted, and if a white person says, I'm comfortable that everybody else gets punished, or I'm uncomfortable, then there's punishment. Planned Parenthood is done. We are coming to take away the coercive terroristic power from Mamas for Liberty. We are coming to take away the power from liars who have lied to get into office. We are coming to take away terroristic power from lynch mob brain terrorizers. You don't get to terrorize people into making the worst mistake. We learned how bad it was. Our whole nation learned that we don't want violence. We don't ever want civil war. It was apocalypse. And what is still here should be a testament of what we learned, not of what we still have some addiction to in malice. And I am half Norwegian. And when I saw a Nordic rune on someone recently that was co-opted by the Nazis in World War II and used not by accident at the CPAC stage upon which Donald Trump stood not terribly long ago, it's difficult to know. It's difficult to know when things are corrupted, because that stood in for a swastika. And I was able to walk up to that person and say, hey, are you trying to scare someone? That big tattoo has a fascist association. It has an association to Nazis. And he said, well, I'm Nordic actually, and like that was perverted by them. I don't have anything to do with that. I've had this on my body for 20 years. And I said, I understand. I have Nordic ancestry too. Just want to know that we're all safe. And so to be able to have that interface and have him say, hey, most people are nice. Most people are nice people. And it felt crushingly bad to, say thank you and walk away and just leave him in peace, knowing that that was traumatizing and felt negative and not only scary probably in terms of not knowing what I might say or why, if I would interface with him about such a thing, I would be friendly enough to say thanks and walk away. That I heard him and took him at his word that, I'm sad that this has been appropriated by the Third Reich and by neo-Nazis and by Donald Trump. But this has been on my body for over 20 years, and I'm happy to tell you about its origin. He may or may not have been honest about how he feels about its association with white supremacy. But in that moment, he hadn't done anything wrong and was showing me all kinds of kindness and care to speak calmly and with good faith. And so we parted ways. And I wish that I would have had mind to say, I didn't mean to hurt you here today. I didn't mean to make you feel that a symbol of your culture that you cherish should be tarnished or hidden away or should be thought scary. I'm sorry. And even my saying that I'm half Norwegian and that I'm clearly European, in ancestry, Caucasian or light-skinned European, that doesn't matter to me saying, hey, I'm sorry, and I understand your pain, and yet to say I'm sorry. I didn't mean to give you the experience of telling you that part of you is wrong. It's not wrong. It's not wrong to have a shape that someone co-opts. But then he talked about it with me. We talked about it. And maybe he'll reflect on, when I go to this certain place, I probably won't wear shorts because that probably does freak some people out. And I'll obviously have a conversation with anybody, but I'm not going to be casual about that. But also maybe he re-entrenches this idea of, I want to make sure that I'm talking to people about this, and I want to make sure that I'm glad I have this symbol. And I'm going to make sure people know that this is a symbol that I cherish and is peaceful. But what else can we do when we see something that scares us or that seems to say, oh, I'm making space for hate here too, that we can say, wait a minute, what's that about? I'm not saying it went perfectly, but it seems to me that we do somebody needs to be able to ask me, hey, what's that all supposed to mean? Hey, don't do that. And I can say, oh, well, this is why, but I hear you, I'll do it elsewhere. Or, well, can I invite you to see what I'm making? And you might want to participate. You might understand it's not scary, it's fun. And we talk, and someone says, nope, I'm out. Okay, good, consent occurring. But that's the point. It's care, it's consent, it's everyone having the space for their humanity. That people with neurodivergent minds and thinking and brilliance are as important and special and matter as much as anyone else. And we've always been here. I am neurodivergent and on the autism spectrum, and glad to be a resource of what that means for me in life and what I can do that's connected to that is special and unique and totally human, and also possibly something that helps you, or that in the sharing of helps me. We all have unique gifts and genius to offer. We should be hopeful. And when someone says something shocking and degrading about someone else, rather than saying, this is why I'm against what you're doing, here are the facts, I want to hold you accountable. Or calling someone in to say, hey, can we talk about this? As opposed to accusations meant to start violence or get people fired or simply erase people. We need to be able to see when it's happening, the difference between someone speaking in rumor, whether calmly or with lynch mob voice. We need to hear, are they giving us any information? And if they're not, when they're asked for information, do they body check us verbally or otherwise, or with a media burst? Or do they say, I don't know, or I'll have to get back to you on that, and then follow up and do so? Or do they in the moment say, do they ever answer? Do they ever say, you're right, that's a valid concern, I'll get back to you on that, and they do? Or they say in the moment, you're right, that's a valid concern, I don't know, let me think about it. And they spend time out loud talking with people and asking questions and learning. Or off the cuff they say, yes, thank you for the question. I do think it's a massive mistake and a terroristic and bloodthirsty, greedy act unworthy of the 20th century, let alone the 21st century, that child labor laws have been broken and destroyed, and that terroristic, greedy, evil acting people in Iowa and other places around the country, maybe Minnesota too, are using child labor and endangering kids and robbing children of the birthright of childhood, of gestating intelligence. There is no child that is to be marked and tagged and you're going for your dairy and we are all here to deliver our own gift. And all children deserve a safe space, free of guns and free from aggression, with teachers not being winced by, wincing without funding and support, and administrators and everyone wincing without support. We need to fund schools like sports teams, or like NASA. I mean, this is the moonshot. This is the moonshot. Our brains are what does it all. Like the moonshot that we did when Kennedy said, hey, we can do this, and people laughed, and he said, hey, in a decade, we're gonna get there. It starts one step at a time. Mercury program. And we got people to escape velocity safely up off of the planet. To get pictures of an ellipse, of this globus Earth. And they came back safe. We started being able to do that through science. It was achieved through vibrant education, and we have gone backwards. That is imprisoning children. And since prison is where slavery is legal, and the mission of abolition is to remove prison as a place that slavery can be, so that we say slavery is totally illegal throughout humanity, that's where we're going. So no, you don't bring child labor back. That is an attack. That's subjugation, and it is patently bloodthirsty evil. So the answer is no to the scarcity myth. The answer is no. You don't fuck around talking about going after pedophiles while they're in office and we can simply hold people accountable. We don't let a known sexual predator tell us he's running for office while when we ask him to leave, he says, I'll keep you in suspense and I never did anything wrong, including when I threatened that I would keep you in suspense last time, and then proved it by trying to steal an election and using violence and political machinations and intrigue by using the falsehood and crime. He threatened and projected this confession that he would dangle us and be in control and say, I have absolute power and I'll leave when I want to. And then he proved it on January 6th. So no, that person who now continues to hold aloft that falsehood, saying, I found proof, it's right here, I'll show it to you, and holding that reality distortion field in a groundhog's loop until January 6th, saying, the proof's right here, go get him, I told you I'd bring it, here's the proof, here's the proof, it's the truth, it's the truth, it's the truth, it's the truth, see, it's right here, I showed it to you, go get him. He proved to us by screaming fire in his assembled super amphitheater of democracy with a falsehood that he was going to cheat America and take it for not his followers, but for himself. And so the looting would just continue. The looting of America by Trump and his thugs and by corporate, patriarchal, racist terror would continue while our oceans are about to collapse. So that person saying, "Oh, it was terrible, and I'm sorry that happened, and it was, but I didn't cause it, and actually it wasn't an insurrection. No, it was, and I have absolute authority. I'm the one. I know best. I have absolute authority. In fact, it wasn't wrong. I did nothing wrong." So no, Donald Trump. The answer is no! 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 The person who threatened and groomed that they would take over an election and deal with the results as they wanted was threatening the end of the republic. And yes, you conned us and got through an election that you should not have been allowed to be a part of because of that coercive, terroristic, anti-democratic threat. You are a terrorist. You are perfectly a terrorist, Mr. Trump. Because you grab private parts and say, "I declassified them and I wasn't wrong. I'm coming for the rest." That is how Hitler did it with the Sudetenland. That is how Stalin did it. That is how Mao did it. And you are not God. You're not even near the word, sir. You bring an anti-Christian movement called white Christian nationalism. You bring Nazis and call them very good people. Those people are vulnerable and compromised by a mental cancer. Nazism is Okay. We lost sound there for a little while. But it looks like we have sound back. Pull up the sound to the right level. Test! Where was I? The answer, Donald Trump, is no! This is the pronouncement from the mystery font. No one is going to fool America into lynch mob brain rot that says we can't talk and can't safely reproach one another even. That is part of free speech. And to Donald Trump, who claims he's running for office, not only does the 14th Amendment of the Constitution of the United States of America prevent you from doing that irrevocably, sir, you, bad Donald Trump, sir, bad Donald Trump, I'm reproaching you, bad Donald Trump, bad president, bad mutineer against duty. You told us you wanted the watch. Like the original confidence grifter, you said, would you have confidence in me to give me the watch? You know, I'm a really stable genius, and hey, come on, just hand it over. And we said, you know, the way you say it's all rigged, those are threats only a tyrant would make. Let's get past these terroristic jokes, which are totally inappropriate. You will, Donald Trump, honor the election results, yes? If you lose the election, you will honor those results because you understand and will follow the idea and foster it, peaceful transfer of power. That's bedrock for us. You understand that, yes? That you will enter office if you win, and that if you lose, you will leave office peacefully. You will do that, right? Which we never should have had to ask out loud, because his composure should have showed us that. But we did. He was asked, will you honor the results of the election? And he said, I'll see at the time. I will keep you in suspense. So you said that to us. And you know, Donald Trump, that is a terroristic threat, and that projection is a promise of malice and harm. You threatened us. You, Donald Trump, threatened America with fascistic takeover before the election, and we did not recognize it. We should have, but we didn't. And once we were over a barrel, we did get out of it. But only after you tried to paralyze us with a deadly lie, leveraged on our deference to belief in you. The confidence that you took with coercion and degrading us by saying that we don't deserve truth, that we don't deserve fact, that you're smart to cheat and you're smart to lie, and if you did it and it was wrong, then you deserve to do it, and you have absolute power. All of this barrage of blistered fecal nonsense. It comes down to this, that everything you do says you have absolute power, and the answer to that is no. No, you don't. And while the courts and election officials are dealing with their end of things, humanity needs to talk to the crazy idiot acting like cancer, yelling in the street. When you walk out into the street and say, hey baby, I'm coming for you or else I'm going to make an honest woman of your country, I did nothing wrong, someone stands up and says, no! No, you're not. Put down the device. We don't trust you anymore. Clean the poop and blood from the last time you came into our house off your pants and go home. That's how you should be answered once you've attacked us, is you're not coming back in, vampire. We do not have to invite you back in. So here it is. This is why. In addition to the 14th Amendment being bulletproof and self-enacting, self-activating, in addition to all of the crimes, in addition to what you did to Ruby Freeman and Shane Moss alone being totally an insurrection against American citizens and inexcusable and completely disqualifying, that those crimes are abominable in and of themselves. Here's the thing. If you say, I want the general watch, I want to hold the watch, I want to be the person on the wall, and we say, okay, well, it's really important because the way you talk about this, you understand the rules, right? Like, the thing is, this is a democracy, so if you run and you get the job, then when someone else eventually beats you, or you serve out a term and it's done, if you are not reelected, or if you have reached the end of your term limits, then there's a peaceful transfer of power. Do you understand that, Mr. Trump? You will honor an election because you said it's rigged. That's totally irresponsible for you to say. We're asking you, will you honor an election? And you said, I'll keep you in suspense. And then you showed us that you would, because you physically held us hostage. And with violence and machinations within Congress, you tried to cheat America. We all saw you do it. Okay? So, Donald Trump, we saw you come in with false intentions and lie your way in to getting into the election, and you became president. And you made good on that threat to keep us in suspense. You broke the watch. You threw that watch into the blood and shit that you made happen at the Capitol. You threw that watch that you promised to keep and hold and hand off with a peaceful transition of power. You threw that watch down to grab a scepter. And that is betrayal of your office. Do you see? You falsely asked for the honor of holding the watch, saying, oh yeah, I'll keep it as long as I want, ha ha ha. And when we didn't take that as the threat it was and let you run, and you won, you proved it. You stoked fears all along and stoked degrading lies that we can't accept the honorable election. There's just no way to degrade us and keep us in terror and fear, all predicated upon confidence in you. Confidence that you have facts and that you're honorable, that you're not an attack. And on January 6th, all of that machination and swooping and directing and composing of falsehood hokum, it came to a head when we saw you throw the watch down and betray us and grab a scepter instead. You grabbed a scepter of, I get to do this, I have absolute authority over your head, and you haven't put it down. You barely apologized, and then you said it didn't happen and it wasn't wrong. And we saw you do it! And holding over your head, you still hold it. You still hold it. Here's the thing you streamed it into, and then turned into a scepter, saying, I did nothing wrong. Well, the scepter you grabbed when you threw the watch into the dirt is still right here in your hand, sir. That's the murder weapon. That is the weapon of insurrection. A falsehood unproved that showed to stoke murder. You have found the way to hold a weapon of screaming fire into the theater of American democracy. That is what your big lie of the falsehood of a stolen election is. It is insurrection. And your ability to use free speech to say the election was stolen ended. Certainly if you want any chance to be considered as a candidate, with saying that it didn't happen and it wasn't wrong. You can't say that your insurrection didn't happen and wasn't wrong and say that you're back to take the watch that you spat through your ass, boy. You betrayed America and you're still holding the weapon saying I did nothing and I did nothing wrong. And then you got up in front of everybody and said, I'm ahead because of this terrorizing that I've done to the media, who are now just saying, oh, he's running, rather than insurrectionist asserts he's running for office in contravention of the Constitution. We wouldn't be ushering you in as if it's a movie we just have to make because it's going to make so much for us. This is not a movie! It's barely reality TV. And it's fucking deadly. It's going to be all right. But we have to wake up! Only a predator like Elon Musk would say that being awake is a mind virus issue. Being awake and aware is how we know that our communities are safe. If you're not woke, find your Bible if you believe. Because Jesus was woke and not broke, but by thieves who wanted to take that grace from humanity. Wokeness is awareness of humanity and grace. It is dignity itself. It is being a decent person. Only a totalitarian, dark triad predator would try to indoctrinate into you the idea that your sensitivity and your awareness and your curiosity are a mind virus. Your kindness and your awareness and your curiosity is you. You are not a mind virus. And you should be awoke. You should be woke a good amount of the time, and certainly generally awake to what's happening. Any decent scientist or leader would tell you that. And Elon Musk knows that, which is why he is doing the degrading vandalism of expectation and humanity that he is. Which is why Marjorie Taylor Greene is doing the degrading, horrible abuse to people that she is. Which is why Donald Trump is abusing us and has been doing it by pumping lies into our air and saying we deserve it, and that we just have to settle for less. So no Donald Trump. No Donald Trump. Because you threatened us that we shouldn't trust you the first time, and then proved it by stealing the election with a hoax and trying to hold it yourself, with the hoax of someone else trying to steal it. And on January 6th, you threw the watch that you promised with your oath to keep into the shit and blood and dirt. And then when you were vanquished, said, I did nothing wrong. That wasn't an insurrection. That didn't happen. I didn't do anything wrong. And that's the story you're bringing, saying you're coming back. No, see, you pooped in the soup once. You joked about pooping in the soup. And then, I don't know why, but somebody let you interview for the job anyway, and you got the job, and then you threw a big party that was about how you're going to give us good soup because somebody else pooped in the soup. And we're like, that's weird. Wasn't there a thing before where he said, God, he keeps talking about poop soup. What's going on? And there was a huge poop. But you, sir, you, Donald Trump, you brought the poop and put it into the soup. When you took the watch that you promised to hold and preside over and threw it with poop into our soup, that was breaking your oath of office. Grabbing a scepter out of the poop soup was breaking your oath of office. Do you understand? So you don't get to hold that scepter in your hand saying, the 2020 election was stolen, I'm holding the proof, and be known as anything but someone continuing an insurrection. While the incredible field of distorted reality around us has even typically fairly accurate media organizations saying you're running for president and it's inevitable, as opposed to holding you accountable for your crimes along with the legal system. Because we're in this distorted warp of reality, we need to tell you that your duty there is in the soup, and it's full of poop, kid. So, no, you didn't do nothing wrong. You have more to answer for than any American president or candidate ever. And to use your reality distortion field and the degraded self-worth you have enacted upon us to claim that you don't have to come in front of us and say anything, to beg forgiveness. You should be begging forgiveness for what you did to Ruby Freeman and Shane Moss and confessing. You should be begging with apology for putting asbestos back into our ecosystems in such a state. You should be apologizing for all of your crimes. You should be apologizing for breaking your watch, for breaking the oath of the presidency. You should be apologizing and explaining yourself for why you attacked America. A president who sows insurrection and makes evil undoing insurrection actually has everything to apologize for and to explain and to settle with someone he wants to interact with again. Only someone with no self-respect whatsoever, who is totally submitted to someone, would say, yes, come back. I mean, I know you told me you'll keep me in suspense the first time, and then you hurt me and said I'm not leaving, and we finally got you to leave, and now you're coming back and you're saying I'll keep you in suspense, I'll stay as long as I want probably. Do you see the pattern? Do you see where we are? So the answer is no. The answer is no. No, Donald Trump. You asked for the watch. Where is my light? 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 My light, where is my light? Where is my light? Where is my light? Okay. I think this can say it. See, Donald, when you came to us saying, let me hold the watch, we said, okay, but you know you need to give that back when the time comes, and we say when. And you said, oh yeah, I'll keep you in suspense. For some reason, we let your manipulative self hoodwink us. And you had us over a barrel before. But we are not fools. You proved that your threat was a promise to take over America. And we all saw you do it! So on that day, you took the watch that you promised to hold with honor and care and stewardship and preside over our nation. But you presided over insurrection, whether by volition or incompetence. Either one is disqualifying, and anywhere in between is two. So, after that, if you hold the weapon of insurrection again, saying, I have proof that you've never delivered, and it has shown that that is the weapon that causes violence, then you, sir, are continuing your insurrection. And no, you are done. You don't get to come back because you showed us that you will break the oath. You don't get to say you did nothing wrong because the conditions of running for office are that you do so in good faith, that you make a promise to obey the tenets and the rules of our democracy. You don't degrade us and say, you're lucky to have me, so I'm just going to tell you how much fire you have to sit on top of. No. No, 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 no! No, Donald Trump. No, you do not run for president or any office ever again. Because you showed us that you cheat everything. You cheated America. And that old dictum needs work. Here it goes. If you cheat America once, it's shame on you! And there is no part two. You don't get to coerce us with the idea that breaking the United States is doing nothing wrong. Someone who says that sowing insurrection is doing nothing wrong doesn't get to run. You don't get to say that the insurrection we saw was all right. No. No, you don't. So no, you will not run. We are stopping your coercion. No more manuspreadsed density. Sir! Boy, you broke the oath. You broke our trust, and you will not break our republic. No! The answer to whether or not you are allowed to run ever again, because you have promised to break us, is no! Take the answer and walk away, boy! Walk away, boy! Donald Trump, you are a real card, but you are a real person. And that trumps the card, boy! The answer is no. The answer, Donald Trump, is no. We all need to stand up and say that no one has absolute authority. No, Donald Trump, you don't have absolute authority. We've seen you acting out a case that, oh yeah, you're doing everything right and you're doing a good job. And that having documents that no one gets to have. Far worse than any president has ever held, and certainly not stolen by the thousands. No, you are a criminal, and when a criminal gets pulled over, they don't attack the cops. That's not typically how we see that go. The idea is that if we trust law enforcement, if we trust an officer of the peace, if you say you support law enforcement, then when someone says, hey, we have a tip that you did something, instead of trying to endanger law enforcement and screw with their job, you submit, Donald, to authority. The same kind of authority you asked to hold and broke. You need to show that you are an adult and that you are actually in control of yourself and have self-regulation enough that you are trustworthy, like in public, or to work a job with other people, let alone to hold authority over them. But you will never, ever run for office again because you showed us that you will threaten to take over and that you will take an opportunity and in fact make an opportunity to break whatever you are given to create power. And the threat of the Project 2025 with the Heritage Foundation, those Christian nationalist Nazis are planning authoritarian takeover, and that cannot happen in America. So we do all need to hear the boundaries. The boundary is no, Marjorie, we will not let you endanger your fellow congresspeople and not let you endanger people of color and trans people and people of the LGBTQ community with your Planned Parenthood attempts to draw lynch mobs. No, America is not a lynch mob. While you try to make MAGA proud of making them into something like that, the incredible harm that Marjorie and Trump are doing with the MAGA movement to the soul of America and the democracy that we hold dear, to have violently hoodwinked and stolen so much from their own supporters, I want to say that I am truly, 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 truly sorry for any of you who are hoodwinked or have been and are coming into realizing what has happened. I am so, so sorry that you and we have been put through this, but we have to come out of it together. It's just only going to get worse until we decide, oh, we're not on a train, we're just following. We're just following this weird, are we on a ship? Because that's an iceberg. We need to see the iceberg and shake ourselves out of post-traumatic shock. We need to move out of the path of the iceberg. And it's okay to like Donald Trump. It's okay to love him. But if you like him and love him, we need to get him to safety away from a position of power with which he will end the habitat. This is the Mystery Font. My name is Tim, and I love you, and I'm in love with you. If you would like to discuss democracy or share your art or ideas of any kind, performing art or other stories, songs, dances, whatever you have to offer is welcome here at the Mystery Font in Minneapolis. It can be sent virtually, or you're welcome to come here and simply contact and at publicdisplaysofAffection.art we can liaise to discuss how you might share a story or an idea or a film or a dance or a piece of theater, but in any way to show something, and it can be nonfiction too, but to show part of what is true for you. In this room, in this imagination of democracy, we are all part of what is here and discerning what is fact and true. We deserve fact. We deserve to know that we can foster truth together. It's not safe to allow ourselves to become completely swooned over someone who has political power. And so it's okay if you love Trump, but please step back from the glass that he's asking you to get the sugar cocaine hit from. Please step back from the screen enough to judge whether he's better on a stage doing concerts than ruling people's lives and what happens in their bedrooms, or whether or not they'll have food, or whether or not they're punished. Because he started, like Ron DeSantis has, going after trans people, and like Marjorie Taylor Greene has, just like the Nazis started. And the terrorism against African Americans and people of color, against indigenous people, it is an absolute scourge and must stop. We need to stand against censorship, stand against book censorship and book burnings. We need to make sure that kids have massive support for education and teachers are paid like rock stars, because that is how our children's ideas get to the stars. That is how we get there, is by remembering that the closest thing to an above unity device that we have is the human mind. We can make wax from wane. It is time to celebrate together our possibilities by together discerning what truly is dangerous that harms all of us. And it begins by apprehending, isolating, and apprehending the falsehood. Thank you.
One of my own ilk. You see, it's a comfort because at least you understand what it means that my watch is broken. At least I have the confidence that I'm with another professional, decent person. Have you confidence in me to lend me your watch until tomorrow?
You are in an abusive relationship. Shocking boundary violations are one common grooming tactic of a narcissist or dark triad personality. If someone in your life points into a camera knowing you'll be looking at the view screen and pulls their finger like a trigger, looking into your eyes, saying, I could shoot someone in the street and not lose anyone, it is a good indicator of a bad situation. You are in an abusive relationship. Who has leveraged and climbed upon a fog of falsehood? Who has donned the falsehood? Who is the falsehood?
Sets the fear of separation. 6, the fear of separation. He didn't mean to cause a panic. He didn't mean to cause a panic. Prepared people can plan and plan quick. He didn't mean to cause a panic. He meant to draw iceberg Titanic.
Here we are at the mystery font, and I just want to make a case for the idea that we really can do anything, that we really can wake wax from wane. And I'm just going to pour myself a cup of coffee and maybe cool it down with something, and share with you something that is called Radio Science Brain. See, I believe that we really can do anything. I believe that human family understands and can discern the falsehood. I believe that scarcity is a myth proven by what our brains can do. And when I come back, I'm going to share a pass through something that I call radio Science Brain. First, I'd like you to listen one more time to why I believe we need to apprehend the falsehood and believe in our own sense of intuition and kindness and genius. That scient minds can perceive truth and even verity, and together with science and love we can move forward well, and we can perceive together the falsehood. We can know who is the falsehood. We are the reality distortion fielding.
We are the reality distortion fielding. We are the reality distortion fielding. We are the reality distortion fielding. The falsehood will demonize your sensitivity. The falsehood will claim the press is our enemy. To cry fake news, then preempt remedy, suggests false identity. We are the reality distortion fielding. We are the reality distortion fielding. The fielding is real and the real is real. We are the reality distortion fielding. We are the reality distortion fielding. The falsehood will tell you intuition's faulty. The falsehood will tell you facts aren't factual actually. We are the reality distortion fielding. We are the reality distortion fielding. We
Hello. We're back here at the mystery font again. Let's see how loud that is. Hello. Hello, 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 hello. 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 Yeah. That sounds about right. Back here at the mystery font again. Hello. Hello, 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 hello. All right, we're coming back to share. Hello. Hello. We're going to come back to share this piece here. And see. Let's do that. It seems like it might be a little noisy, but let's try to share Radio Science Brain. That's right. It is something that changes basically every time. And maybe I should share with you where it goes. That is, where it comes from. I should share with you now an early version, an early musical substrate of Radio Science Brain. I think that would be wise. And so, it's finna happen. Here's another portal at the mystery font. And when you come here and share your ideas here at the font, this space here is one that can hold whatever you want. And from time to time, let's see, like, we could do, like, maybe, what's this? Oh, that's what's back here. Oh, yes, I see. Well, this is one place that you can come to see serialized moments from the falsehood. Who is the falsehood? This is the mystery font, and I'm going to share with you now as case for the genius that we all hold, something called Radio Science Brain. I think I will try to find an earlier original version here that would be really nice to share. In 2011, I went into the dark because I had a chronic, intractable migraine. And in the dark, I heard something and started singing it. And it was a song poem. And I learned that this song poem was something that was evolving. As I recorded myself coming up with lyrics, thinking, oh, I'm going to figure this out, I did, figuring out that it's a piece that is always changing. And this is not the first version of the background music substrate, but one of the first. And I would like to share it with you and have you I'm going to create a little bit of sound. Sound. All right. I want to share. Oh, I want to do it the other way. Let's follow it this way. Sound. I want to be. Aha. Sorry for the noise, everybody. Sorry for the noise. Don't mean to make a mess. I just mean fun, safe place. Okay, fun, safe place. Let's do it. This is called Radio Science Brain. Well, let's see if I can dial in the speaker. I would like to do that, if possible. All right. This is an early version of Radio Science Brain. Substrate music with a current improvisation for today. It's a chronicle. It is the wool that I pull of us all of off me as I'm full of this resonant rain. From all brains to all brains, imagination knows the aims, imagination knows and game to play. Always, imagination may be game to play. Today, this is the sentient flame, remain always. Imagination aim. Always the same. Relay this game. Relay always. Come came to play. Today, amaze. Imagination ace. Imagination aim. Mind made this container from pain actuate. I am the mindness my mind made. I contain this aid. I make this aim into play. For all brains, from all brains to all brains today. Imagination aid. Mind made. Mind maimed, mind now propagate. Today no more delay. This is the way the weight levitates to make Radio Science Brain. Good golly, where did I put? Somewhere I have put my keyboard. I don't know where I've hid it from myself as I've been streaming. Somehow I have hidden it. Where did I hide it in the dark? Where did I put it? And it slipped somewhere. Oh, goodness gracious me. What happened? Where are you in the dark there? Oh, there we go. Hi there, family. Okay. Got it. So, the initiation, RE, the reinitiation of this mind levitation, particle matter wave, particle ideation. This is a sentient stain, imagination aid, mind made. This is the mind that's come and came to play, imagination aid, not a name, Radio Science Brain, Radio Science Brain. We are the particle that's full, that's unpulling a hole poisoned or safe yet full and too warm or paralyzing, the visible. We are cool but not culled. We are cool but won't be pulled off the scent of imagination. Free and full, this is the kindness cane. Now pull. Imagination aid. Imagination aid. Imagination aid. The name, particle matter wave. Mind name. This is the mindless made, this contain always radio science brain. All right. Pulling the items together that are, I think, good to have for this moment. More sound, sound, sound. Plenty of sound, sound, sound. Surround with sound, sound, sound. So that I might now, up from that sound, resound. All right. Hi, thanks for being here. This is a piece of essentially the set in a work called, and the costume and such, the visual spectrum of the falsehood. And this is in progress. It's not quite complete, but it works for something. And we're going to do Radio Science Brain here in a moment. But first, I'm going to just play the track to let you hear it. I'm going to let the track just play. And let that be an offering today that says Imagination Aid comes to play today. And then after it's played, I will play it again and sing with it, with new imagination aim into imagination made aid for you today, and for me and all brains that might say. So this is Radio Science Brain. And I'm making sure that I have a copy of this piece sent to the computer. Aha. I think. Where is this thing? I'm thinking. I think that's not how we want to play it. I think we want to play it. Let's try that. So, I'm making adjustments here to play RSB through the system, so thank you for your patience here.
having an issue with playing the song directly through the system, so I think I'm going to let it play in a way that's audible to the mic here, and then come back and after just taking a pause to meditate with it silently, I'm going to share a pass through Radio Science Brain, and at least one. And thanks for being with me. So here we are with something that I like to call Radio Science Brain. And I do love you. And you are the renovation of love's imagination. You are more than the truth. You are the love awakened of the radiant rain, parallel, it's innate, parallel against hate, parallel against pain. Radio Science Brain, Radio Science Brain, no more delayed.
This is the virtue signal, 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 I'm virtue signaling, I'm virtue signaling, I'm virtue signaling, this is messaging. Yes, this is virtue signaling from my mind, pulling, I'm thinking language into me. Virtue signaling is good if you have virtue to share. Yes, I'll spare that square and share it with you. That's into imagination and repair. Radio Science Brain, yes, let's now go to their imagination care. This is the virtue signal. The only problem with virtue signaling is if people see you and come to the source of the signal and find no virtue in the offering. This is the virtue signal, this is the virtue signal, my virtue signaling. I'm calling you Colossus, I'm calling you Colossus, that's by messaging. Radio Science Brain. What?
That is a pass-through music with just a little bit of freestyling. I admit, I did it, I did do a bit of ideation over the top of that verbally, and oops, human family. So I didn't quite let you hear the song on its own, the substrate, but more or less, you got a taste of it. And thank you for your attention to that. And so I'm getting prepared here to share, going through Radio Science Brain.
That makes sense. Well, let's try working with this, and if we need to, I can also go back to the Zoom. But I think, oh, testing. I'm going to mute and clear my throat.
This is the mystery font. Mystery font. This is the mystery font. This is the mystery font. This is the mystery font. Virtue signal. This is the mystery font. Virtue signal. This is the mystery font. This is mystery font. Virtue signal of haunted house. Pick through the mud. Fremont, come on, come on, come on, come on. Mystery font. You are the mystery font upon mystery fontan, mystery font, mystery clinch it, history counts for naught, or it does after all as it ought. This is the mystery font for not lost. A clue is a ball of yarn. A clue is a ball of yarn. it's scary and true and beautiful and you. A ball of yarn is a clue. This is the mystery font I found. Mystery font. Mystery font. Mystery font. This is the mystery font. Cumulus, cumulative, recall on response, mountain, Mont Fremont, accomplices of love's uncollapse, now plot. Safe, fun, mystery, mystery font. What is mystery? What is the mysterium tremendum? Are you the last in your family to know about the mystery font? Welcome. Good graciousness, welcome. Hello a millions times. Hello a millions times. Hello per millions. What in the world would we do without the mysterium tremendum? It's said all the time. I know we say it every day. But what, after all, in the first happenstance and after the factory and after the family's fancies and after, I'm famished and free. Good gosh, what about the font of mystery? In fact, are we not holding the sticks of something and making something into something? What is that something we're thumbing? I hope that in our time we recognize that we have been farmed and that we need not. I hope that we recognize in our time that con artist came from cannibalizing trust. Maria Konnikova lets us know very clearly that while we might instinctually, out of fear, think to hold trust away, that if in fact when someone comes to us saying, good golly, the one with whom I've gained rapport, you're so savvy like me, we've had such a lovely chat here about how we're elite and deserve to be, I wonder if you'll take note of my glorious timepiecery. But it's broken, chap or lass, and lass or chap, hap or pass, that you might, would you, could you, in a box, such that I might make it to my appointment tomorrow,
would you, in place of my watch, which is broken, give me your watch? Would you have the confidence in me, feeling the confidence of our rapport and how we both know we're the upper crust, how we both know that we're deserving? Well, let's not even get into whether or not others are not deserving, but we are. Let me just tell you, you're smart enough that I don't have to go into the details, but you would have the confidence in me to give me your watch, would you not? You would have the confidence to give your watch to me, would you not? You know that I'm the kindness, and that kindness comes from the kind spot, and this yarn of mine is not anything to worry about. Let me just put that away. Yarn is DNA. If a yarn is a story, and a ball of yarn is a clue, then what is the story? And who is telling? And how is telling true? Who has torn apart the fabric of our human family's history and knowledge of self, such that we remember to care for our own self-regulation and consent, and that we deserve kindness and not to be capitalized upon? Where has our pride in America as a concept that is about justice and equality and following our documents and their precepts about equality gone? If we are not standing as the new Colossus, then what is this yarn except evidence of a crime scene? Because my DNA, this yarn should not be here today this way. And if we don't look at the evidence of a crime scene and call it a crime scene, and become the generation that gently begins to learn de-escalation of those still sowing terror, such that we may perfectly come out of post-traumatic stress terror and break white supremacy such that all human family know that we do matter. When my family comes to me and says, "You hurt me, I don't know if I matter," I do not tell them, "How dare you? Horrible, ungrateful. God, I mean, you know, everybody, all in the family matter. All lives matter. All in the family matters. God, how dare you? God, look at you sowing. You just want conflict. You always so abusive how dare, you're just cruel, how mean. Oh, I see your false accusations with..." Let's look at what hokum is and where is hokum? Where is hokum? Because you don't just call something a sham. You actually look at evidence. You don't try to start a lynch mob with accusations calling it evidence is on the way. That's how Emmett Till was slaughtered, and I'm calling Marjorie Taylor Greene out to stop trying to Planned Parenthood black people. No more white patriarchal terrorism. No more, no more, no more. the lie ends and the falsehood is apprehended. And people who have levied a normalization of lying and cheating and get whatever you want and dog eat dog will be told that we are not dogs, and we don't treat dogs that way either. We are a kindness come. We are humanity. All of us are born with inalienable rights. All people and all Americans and our guests. And while we are not a Christian nation, Christianity and the precepts and the teachings of Christ are of vital importance to how we see honor. For a lot of us, it's connected to how we see honor either in the narrative of humanity and human family, or also through our religious, spiritual, or simply altruistic practice. So we understand what abuse looks like. We're getting better at apprehending that falsehood in its tracks. And abusers like to play at being entertaining and fun and saying they're joking, but then the roofies come, and people find themselves being assaulted or waking up after and finding that they were. People find that their body has been hurt. Who hurt my instrument? If there is a God, that's what God would ask. Who hurt my instrument? Who hurt my instrument? Who knelt on the neck of my instrument with their own instrument? Who hurt my instrument that anyone would think that that is an appropriate way for human beings to behave? Who hurt my instrument that most boys in America are genitally mutilated in an act of sexual torture that insets patriarchal terrorism in the sense that punishment is inevitable through actual birthing environment, encoding moment, inception of fear of punishment? Unless someone knows that punishment is not a dictum that we should take into our system and wants to use it, wants to create, like saying every day is 1776, or, well, if you don't like it here, you're going to hate it even out there, and if you don't like the way I love you, you're going to might have a mighty time difficult in the world. If you're the shape you are, the world is going to be very difficult for you. That shape of terrorism and fomenting a nightmare of scarcity is a disastrous death cult of falsehood. White supremacy and patriarchal terror and the array of malice to anything that is not cis-white male and property of that as legislated by illegal, terroristic, anti-human law. I mean, that's the structure we're looking at. There can be discrimination by virtue of looking at someone and saying, oh, I've had issues with people who look like that, and it's on a racial line, and sometimes people do that, and it's something that we should talk about, because there's a difference between racial discrimination and racism, and it's time for humanity to understand and process and get that straight, because the systems of creating 50 million deaths and exports of human beings as chattel and genocide and enslavement here in America, residential schools, redlining, Tuskegee experiments, pools paved, parks paved, highways through thriving new neighborhoods, lakes covering the slaughtered, thriving new neighborhoods of vibrant black communities, doing basically superhuman, super derogatory level good life creation like, white people are here by the grace of people who have borne what white people could never bear, clearly. If there's anybody who's inferior, it is white people by our behavior. That we would box ourselves into a terroristic tribal area and then continue to wake up in new lives. Oh, my ancestors did that. Oh, no, it's fine. There's no such thing as structural racism. Are you kidding me? Montgomery Burns? We have to just be able to apprehend that wrong was done, or we are lying to our children. We cannot allow schools to become prison pipelines. We cannot allow libraries to be stolen. Fahrenheit 451 is outside the door. And the point is not to be terrified. The point, in fact, is to be able to have a tuned system such that when there is a real threat, we can sense it and we can do something about it. Such that when there is a real threat, we can calmly say, oh, I'm perceiving something, and I might even be a little overwhelmed by this. I need to be careful here. I need to take it easy. This is freaking me out. I don't want to be rash. A pilot knows about the second mistake, that when you're flying, mistakes happen. And human beings make mistakes. And so if you are flying and you're coming into Minneapolis-St. Paul and you just happen to have a weird feeling as you're coming in, you're like, we just took off from California and this looks like, oh no, this looks like, wait, where, God. When you realize or have a fear, when you have the panic that you have made a terrible mistake and you realize you're landing a major airliner at the wrong airport and you've made a horrible mistake, what happens? The second mistake is, after the fact, pretty easy to see as a functional reaction of insecurity and panic, that we can see something is going wrong and say, there's an app for that. Calmly, what do I do when I'm in the wrong place and there's a protocol for this? So I go with the protocol, I accept if I don't know if I've made a mistake, I ask in the appropriate way. If I know I have to just vacate and I know how to do it, I do that, I get out of the way. But the second mistake looks like a pilot who realizes that they are coming down in the wrong place or the wrong way or going the wrong direction, and they just, in part to maybe avoid culpability, and that's natural, it's a natural instinct to just pull the ripcord, but without thinking about it, to try to cover their tracks or get out of that moment. And the thing is, if you, it's possible that creates worse harm. That if you're coming down at the wrong airport and you realize it and simply pull up, the plane that is rightfully coming down and can't see you because you're small and at the wrong place, or big and weird shape that they're perceiving as a distortion in the visual field, or they're clouds, and then you see that there's real havoc. And now, in that moment of panic, the point is that you now can make the second mistake and just pull up, and the plane coming down crashes directly into you, and not just 400, but 700 people die. And the point is being able to perceive what's really happening and understanding as well the charge that we accept with a task, with a job, with a responsibility, with a duty, and that a pilot has the watch. A captain has the watch. The band leader has the watch. The person keeping the time has the watch. The president, the one who sits over the whole thing, has the watch. The president has the seat because they are the one expected to preside over and be responsible for. To preside means to be in charge. And so how do we adhere to our charge that we truly want to fulfill and have the emotional wherewithal to admit when we don't want that or can't or shouldn't because we're in it for the wrong reasons? We are the reality distortion fielding. And I'm going to share now, at last, Radio Science Brain. And with this ideation to you, it's a chronicle that goes on and changes and is different every time. And it may be inane and annoying, it may seem too sweet or just cloying, but it is the renovation of a thing that's my brain. It is a patternicity of my brain remain. It is the sentient rain from all brains to all brains. Radio Science Brain. And I thank you for your attention. This is a care and a love and a kindness that you give wherever you put that attention. And I appreciate any second, instant, or glimpse that you give today or at any moment. And I am an artist creating new paradigm that I believe can be called, other than the power paradigm we are in, instead a potency paradigm where shared potency and shared trust for access and equality and supporting need and the actual pursuit of happiness, we can achieve something just quite a lot better. Not utopia, just something where people have, everybody has a chance to do good things that they enjoy in life. And there's not a punishment basement because we've left it behind, with no one locked away. And with healthcare and, if it ever is needed, incarceration or things like that. But the ultimate and most terrible things are things that are also handled with care. And we don't generally want to go to there. So we want to spare a square and share that square, or have enough to share, at least, and so that we're not all in the shit together and there's not shit everywhere. I believe there's enough, and that the evidence of our brains, of the technology that allows me to, along with morphic resonance and hive mind and other ways of communication, send this via photography and audio capture and Wi-Fi delivery and all kinds of, let's be honest, millions of inventions included, all in synchronicity right now, so that you are watching this. And so whether you are watching the live stream of this or any future live or partially or fully pre-recorded episode of Mystery Font 42 Open to It, I am deeply, deeply, deeply appreciative that you are here. I thank you for joining for this Mystery Font 42 Open to It early, slow, and escalating emergency episode, because we need to talk. We need to make sure that we can perceive where fascism is and what it is and how to help people who are hoodwinked into perpetrating it or generating it themselves, and make America and the globe safe from that malice of white supremacist patriarchal terror and extremist ideologies. It's demonstrable that while there is scapegoating and boogeymanning and projection of horrible things from the GOP, that we're seeing a preponderance, and it's good when find a Democrat, find a leftist and a liberal, find anyone doing wrong and hold people accountable. That's the point. The falsehood can be in any party, it can be in any family, it can be in you or me, and apprehend within ourselves, hopefully, or within our family, and in ways that are kind and don't involve authority, saying, we are the reality distortion fielding, and we deserve kindness from you. We deserve better than this. I'm getting the volume up here. Whoa! We deserve better than this. To say to our leaders and to ourselves and our families, we deserve better than this. That we deserve to remember we actually deserve real respect. We deserve real kindness and must be able to and demand that we get to expect and depend upon leaders being held to account. And yes, prosecuted when they break the law, especially in ways so grave as with George Santos or most of all Donald Trump. It's just ridiculous. And thank goodness Menendez is being prosecuted. I cannot believe, and thank goodness it seems that we will hold the Supreme Court Confederate sleepers, the folks who have lied their way into corrupt power. That is a direct counter. That is pure falsehood. To take power for one conglomerate to dominate is the opposite of justice. And one might say it is a type of justice, but I would say that it is a terrible field of reality distortion that we are in if we are not seeing that that's not something we can support. And so let's manifest our intuition. Let's talk. Let's share our ideas and remember that it's our responsibility. We're the ones who tend this whole thing. We're the ones who will watch it vanish if we don't remember that the greatest generation fought fascism. They fought fascism. And my uncle fought in World War II just like so many other people did, and my father fought in Vietnam, served there. I think that we had a knowledge of a spirit that is a trust and a feeling and the justice, not manifest destiny, but built investment and trust, a trust of humanity, a republic, that this is a thing that is not hokum, that is not someone, doing this to try to trick anyone, but that we're seeing what I'm trying to represent here can be facsimilated. And in fact, now I'm going to introduce, it's rarely seen outside of a laboratory, but I'm going to show to you now actual hokum. Oh, whoa, okay, so this is really, good God, what? See, the issue with hokum is that it can do anything, and only by agreeing to have this other reality actually collapse into its own safe envelope and particle within the ventricle of this part of the chambers and portals of the mystery font. Only in this way am I able to, well, not isolate Hokum, but have Hokum feel that we are isolated by Hokum. So this plays, of course, upon the overwhelming atmosphere permeated by Hokum outside, that it's easy now to convince Hokum that Hokum is safe everywhere. And so it is seemingly able to have a vantage, an audience upon the mystery font while not feeling it is trapped within, I guess. I guess indeed. And in fact, Hokum is not even seemingly listening to me, but may as well, because the relationship here in this opening is formed, and Hokum instinctually knows it's not going to be harmed by me. Because this window upon what Hokum is able to do in this ability is something that we can't simply ignore. That Hokum and a viewpoint upon it and a way to see how Hokum operates and isolates us and is cute and flirts. Yes, wow, you see? Anyway, well, I'm gonna let Hokum. You do you. Okay. So I'm just going to walk back around here. Oh goodness. Let's replace this for the moment. You see here at the mystery font, it's possible to look into spaces and be witness to things that we could not otherwise see with consent. And really that's what a theater is so often for. But maybe this is a different sort. And if there is that, then that's what the mystery font's for. And you are invited to create your own tapestry or oil and water or clean and polluted or after and before between this space that is the mind of democracy and other spaces such as this here. That walking through this seal safely, that I am able to help span and let us actually behold some things that we want to be able to see in juxtaposition to what we think might ought to be or need not to be or are afraid might have to be, or anything that we need to look at for a human family, that we can have something that says, remember, there is a light that is for free. And that is the font of mystery. Imagination may be game as prey from predator today. Imagination may be game. Always to play, and please be play if you'll survive. As play today, please be game to play, and rest and hold your steel boundaries, yet bray your bray some way from the bay of your brain, that by cameral arranged creation aid, mindness made, be game, that you know your mind is game if played with as you may. Be genius today. In fact, you are genius always. With or without a penis, what I mean is you are the mist, the myth, the mystery and bliss, scarcity myth that must desist. You are the renovation of love's gift, and I know this. You are the radiant rain, parallel against hate, parallel against pain. Radio Science Brain. I'm going to keep working with Radio Science Brain. I'm going to bring the music in now. And so, yes, thank you for sharing your attention here. Thank you for being with, whether for the live stream here or for later excerpts or something, in any way that you're contacting this. Thank you. Thank you for your attention. If you do want to be of support financially, I will be sharing details more completely, but publicdisplaysofAffection.art is where you can find Mystery Font and The Falsehood and other works, including the Mystery Font Open to It, this series, and a way to supply patronage and to support financially and in other ways. If you would like to see this ideation and space of intuition, this theater go round, this museum go round, this, what did Lady Evelyn call it? A television museum go round. If you would like to assist this television museum go round, having time and space to create time and place for the human race, please do support me, Tim Cameron, through this website, publicdisplaysofAffection.art, or through the Patreon at Public Displays of Affection online at Patreon, Public Displays of Affection. Thank you. I will, I think, work to create a channel, potentially both on Twitch and YouTube. We'll see about kind of what pipeline and what conduits make sense. At any rate, this is the Mystery Font, and I'm going to share Radio Science Brain. This is an odd eclipse, I'm thinking myths are lips, they're speaking of gifts, imagination ifs, and I'm following those whips, those thoughts, those whims, those tips, kissing for fingertips, imagination is the dreams of all men, humankind on ships, imagination aid. Zora Neale Hurston told me the ships are worth the lift. Imagination aid, contain it, contain it, contain this array, make it plain, it's contagious. I made it for sages with ages of pain and gray matter dilation. Contain Radio Science Brain, imagination aid might may this array be game to play today and frequently, if not always, maybe if we are able, play depends on our nature to behave as tidal wave, as creature creating love on this planet while we're here to complain. There's not enough love in the rain. Radio Science Brain, imagination aid might make this contagious able mind contain a particle matter wave of a splendid spinning plate my mind made from clay in a thought in a speck
of a storm nebulaic mind may this mind make mindness age today. This is the mindness made this contagious aid. This is the mindness made this contain me name this why radio science brain why because the sky might mind imagination I find radio science minds imagination all minds might levitate science brains radiate. We are the sentient clarion aim. This is the sentient same imagination aim. Imagination and aim. Imagination made, imagination aid. Imagination made this contain, imagination aid, mind may begin to play today. You are the sentient love arranged, I found the rain in my brain, it's all came. It's come to play, mind may be game today. We are the come now, we are the fun now, we are some now, wind way. Imagination aid become became. You are the mindness made this love come to you today. Bliss a pounce, bliss might cave in if we don't act. Come out of panic space. This is the sentient clarion ache, manifesting a mindness that mind can make. Imagination aid to pull us from the edge of civil war and hate. Imagination aid can contain this aim always. Program in this game now, today. Pretend that love is sane. Pretend that love is sane, and reproach can be just complaint. Can be something a kind heart might say. We can talk, we can break away, but not permanently. It's alright to take space, but we must find ways to commune and communicate. The mind may begin to learn and to hear and to listen and to blissfully begin to participate in a rain from all brains to all brains of imagination aid, that we might learn to be sane together. Know the world forever can be just slightly more safe. Plainly, let's claim that new way. Imagination aid be named by believing we can share the glory of life, and that is what pro-life should mean anyway. That all equality is blazing, golden love protected. We're up.
that is the always different, often odd, and sometimes embarrassing, hopefully hopeful and hopefully kind radio science brain. And that's a pretty recent backing track. That's the most kind of really fleshed out version, the most recent that I've been frequently working with. And I've been developing this song poem and this kind of meditation on the human mind and potential, and on genius and science and evolution and anything like fascism, for instance, that gets in the way. And so it's a chronicle, essentially. It's an artistic act of journalism, and it is part of helping us, because I feel that it shows testimony of creativity in real time, just like other kinds of freestyling and things like that, and that it's good to share that space of creativity and the place where it's okay to make mistakes and not know what you're going to do, and if you accidentally say something awful, or maybe find a way to rescue it or change it or process it or conquer it, or you feel you need to make an apology and say, I stepped in something weird there, you can, but a space where it's okay to play, building trust that there's something coherent. If someone wants to see something, I hope it's not all going to always look the same and always feel like the same kind of program. We are all sentient, science minds and different, and I think in general the font of mystery that is connected to all of us, the mysterium tremendum that is all of us and that is each of us and that is existence's habit of nature and space, that it can be anything, and it's going to be nerdy and it's going to be silly and feel stupid, because it is stupefying, the majesty and wonder and glory of life and existence and pain and healing and love. Imagination and curiosity and intuition, and how without intuition, genius doesn't get out of bed or take foot or know how it's speaking or what to say, or that there's something to say, potentially. That there's a great interplay, and it's good for there to be people doing all kinds of different things. But we need to foster education for our children that deeply, truly gives them freedom. And that is freedom from indoctrination from the Ku Klux Klan. That is freedom from indoctrination into any narrow bandwidth, especially of ideologies of hatred, like Christian nationalism, with its connection to degrading Jesus into a violent sadist and who sees people on the other side of a border as not human. I don't think that the way that Christian nationalism perverts Jesus Christ or leverages normalcy for destruction of the separation between church and state, or normalizes fascism and hateful ideologies, is in any way Christian. And that's just a rip off the Band-Aid, plain fact. We can process the actual crimes that have happened and go on and be honest about them and offer paths of retribution and reparation, because that is what adults do. And for a long time, the response from power structures of white supremacy has been end of discussion, and this is officially my statement of the discussion has always been going on, but if anybody needed to say it, and hopefully it's just been said now so I can second it, we're beginning the discussion. This is the beginning of the discussion. If there's ever a moment when somebody says, well, we need to, I don't know if this is a discussion well, then this is the beginning of the discussion. And if it always needs to be begun, then eventually, by all of us beginning it all the time when we see falsehood, in ways that needs to be addressed, like with kindness and care and, moderation to not tear apart a neighborhood just to ask somebody if you know what that symbol on your body means to some people, that we're careful and kind and don't try to terrorize people who are already terrorized within the society, any of us, because we all are. We're in collective trauma right now. And the pure and hard boundary that says that we don't accept or make space in positions of authority for people who are associated with ideologies of totalitarian harm. And we see trans people and LGBTQ people being scapegoated in ways that are completely outside of reality, while dozens and dozens of pedophiles and attackers keep showing up, and their pastors and their, sadly, sometimes police. And these are people who definitely need help but should not be in positions of authority. And, if there's honor to calls from people in the GOP, especially lynch mob-brained insurrectionists, then it needs to become clear that people are speaking in good faith and taking a moment to breathe and actually find the just, we're not going to tear everything down just to make a point, way to actually make accountability happen and change happen. If you really want that to happen, then you would do it in the ways that are here rather than to gaslight us that it's impossible. You simply can't take reproach and you call it censorship and then just start a fire. That's what it looks like, I believe. That's the codex that Marjorie Taylor Greene is bringing us, is that she just starts screaming in the street, and the deference we're supposed to give with her reality distortion field to a white person saying, I say I'm uncomfortable and those people need to hurt for it, is going to, if she screams out loud enough, start violence. And I'm here to say, I'm Luke Skywalker and I'm here to rescue you. You just get to come out of that place. You don't have to be in a place that holds you in a box of lies and hate. We do not have to be at war with each other. We do not have to try to erase one another. And I think we should come to see it as a cancer to foster that idea that some people should be erased. I can't convince someone that hates me for some reason. I can't force them not to. But we all should be able to create protection and space for ourselves so that neo-Nazis who have hoodwinked and coerced their way into government or won office somehow are able to terrorize and scapegoat vulnerable communities who are actually not doing anything wrong. The actual people not doing anything wrong are being scapegoated. And that is completely unacceptable. That is fascism here. It's not a question of it could happen here. It's a question of it's happening now. And we have to counter it directly. We have to say no to people ourselves. We need to reach out to a politician when they say something abominable and say no. Because the fabric of them hearing response that they know is gone. They don't know whether to listen to social media or to listen to it. It's gone. And we need to not let people randomly yell things in the street and have no one say, actually the earth is not flat. That if somebody is going out into the street saying the earth is flat and if you don't all believe me tomorrow we're all going to die, somebody needs to have a conversation with that person and make sure that they're safe and that they're not terrorizing people and creating a deadly situation. Or just endangering people or making a lot of noise that doesn't need to happen, and we can help them have a really beautiful day without creating panic or maybe an accident in the street. Like if someone is running into the street saying I could shoot people, or running into the street saying we need to hang the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, we need to recognize it's our responsibility as a nation, whatever we did, to make that person feel like, oh yeah, just keep doing what you're doing. You don't need to change a thing. Even if it's that person, in fact, is grooming us all to let them do whatever they want, saying, I have absolute authority. We need to recognize that we built Donald Trump. And at every moment when he grabs one of our private parts and says, it's mine, I declassified it, and we don't say, no! Back! No! Get away! Back! We're filing a restraining order. If you come back, you will be pushed out of the neighborhood. If you don't tell an actual attacker, like the Predator, and insurrectionist and enemy of the United States, who's conducting war on us now by, as an insurrectionist, declaring that he's running and not even explaining himself, then we are buckled to a field of reality distortions, of coercive, you will take my word for it. You will give me your confidence. I don't care if you would ever confide anything in me again if I asked you to, but I have it. I have your confidence. And we're there, that we are basically submitted. But we do not want to let that idea that this is a domino pattern that will fall happen. All of these dominoes of minds taught to believe, well, just go with your feeling, and you know me, and don't listen to the rest of them. Just listen to me. Your friends, they're lying. Actually, they're drinking baby blood. And when the falsehood is telling you unbelievable, too good to be true evilly, when it's that kind of atrocity, you actually need to take it seriously. And there are ways to talk about that in the light. So that's why it's so clear that QAnon is fallacy. There are ways to talk about something in the light if it's real. There are ways to take a photograph of actual evidence if it's real and not point at a video and say, oh, see that person over there in the stands with that red thing? That red thing is that's a bomb, and that they were there, and that's why 10 days later that other place down the street exploded, and see that's evidence. You make up some random thing and say, that's evidence, and that is exactly the Marjorie Taylor Greene disorder. It is lynch mob brain. It is the idea of someone saying that they either, because they think, or they just decide that they get to target someone, that they create a story. Just a story. And the difference between evidence and suspicions would be a trial or an impeachment twice of Donald Trump that had actual evidence, and hearings about Joe Biden, who also has some issues with the truth, but not to anywhere near that of Donald Trump, but who also should be held to account for any wrongdoing on his part. But we look to Biden, and it's a different story. We're not dealing with malice and falsehood that is amorphous. We're looking at things that we can hold accountable. And in the case of those impeachment investigation hearings, all of the GOP witnesses clearly stated that they didn't have any evidence. And it seems very clear that the lynch mob leader, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and her thug conspirators are literally trying to create a story in the world, just like the story in the world of Donald Trump yelling lies again and again and again and again and again, so that people just hear those in the tapestry of reality and if no one is actually countering him directly, that there is a sense of a false web that is just hanging in the air and not challenged. And I think we're coming out of that dumbfounded state and knowing that it's not just holding him legally responsible, it's not just making sure that everybody realizes that he's already ineligible, because the 14th Amendment clearly states insurrectionists have no place being associated with an election or a run for any office. And that is self-enacting. It is stated clearly. There's no question about it whatsoever. So this reality distortion we're in, and realizing that it's not a movie, that this is real, and that people are being harmed, and utter catastrophe has already happened, but could unfold in a much larger way. We need to be cognizant of the fact that Stephen Miller and Donald Trump and Steve Bannon and that band of thugs murdered over 1 million Americans. His body count is already well over 1.2 million, I would imagine. Because on January 28th, certainly by then we know, and it's on the record and there are different people who were there, who know that on January 28th, Donald Trump was clearly informed by an expert on China that the pandemic event that had been feared and that other administrations had prepared to defend against, that the Obama administration had feared was coming and had tried to give protocols to the Trump administration about, who basically laughed at it and spat it out and didn't pay attention and canceled the pandemic team and then didn't immediately reinstitute and rev up once he realized. And there were warnings from the beginning of his presidency that this was a thing. And on January 28th, 2020, he was told that this would be the largest dark cloud and challenge upon and within his presidency. That this was a deadly thing, and he was quickly told, and one would hope if he's up to the job of being one who presides over anything, he would realize that he's being informed of a storm coming because he's been given the watch. He's getting the intelligence. So if you're the one on the wall who said, "Give me your watch, I'll watch it for everybody. I'll take the watch of this skyline to know if anything's happening. I'll be the one on radar." Oh, no, so you don't need to be on radar. You're the president, but if anything's happening, we'll let you know. Oh, got it. And so they do. They let him know. We'll let you know. And so God or the universe sent officers of the United States military and members of the scientific community and so on and so forth saying, "Mr. President, like God sent you your own federal government colleagues telling you, doing their job, being loyal." And Martin Luther King told us, Martin Luther King Jr., told us that this is how we would know the quality of character, that someone's character emerges in moments of strife and difficulty, and that the fiber of the yarn of Donald Trump shows itself when there is a contagion coming, because he seems to see it as an opportunity for himself, and it's information that he will hold on to. And he literally told Bob Woodward that he didn't want to cause a panic. But if a room is filling with a sickness and you're not telling people that they should put a mask on or get tested or ramping up the things that you stopped that would make people safe, and you're saying, "Let's go out for Easter, everybody," and Stephen Miller is in fact making conditions for migrants worse, then we see that we have already begun a Holocaust here. Stephen Miller has blood on his hands, as does Donald Trump and Steve Bannon and their band of violent thugs. Our environment is on the brink of collapse. The ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, will soon collapse, and this climate collapse is ours to reverse and foster healing within. So we need to be able to apprehend the falsehood and note the fiber of someone's morals, hold them to account. Shocking boundary violations are an indicator of a dark triad personality, and we need to be able to apprehend the falsehood. We need to be able to recognize the falsehood and take charge. A fog upon our minds that makes us not able to know if we are safe, a guise that creates harm, who is the falsehood? Who is the falsehood? Who has leveraged and climbed upon a web of falsehoods? Who has donned the falsehood? Who Who is the falsehood? Who is the falsehood? Who is the falsehood? After all this time, who is the falsehood?
I made a speech. I looked out. The field was, it looked like a million and a half people. They showed a field where there were practically nobody standing there.
The new White House press secretary, Sean Spicer, gave his first press briefing. He was also highly critical of some media organisations of the way he felt they had misrepresented the number of people who'd attended Friday's inauguration ceremony.
No one had numbers because the National Park Service, which controls the National Mall, does not put any out. This was the largest audience to ever witness an inauguration, period, both in person and around the globe.
It's
It
still
does
out
not
there.
excuse, and you did not answer the question.
I did answer
No,
your
you
question.
did not. You did
Yes,
not
I
answer
did.
the question of why the president asked the White House press secretary to come out in front of the podium for the first time and utter a falsehood. Why did he do that? It undermines the credibility of the entire White House press office
No,
on
it
day
doesn't.
one.
Don't be so overly dramatic about it, Chuck. You're saying it's a falsehood, and Sean Spicer, our press secretary, gave alternative facts to that.
This was the largest ever. This was the largest audience to ever witness an inauguration, period, both in person and around the globe.
I made a speech. I looked out. The field was, it looked like a million and a half people. They showed a field where there were practically nobody standing there.
The new White House press secretary, Sean Spicer, gave his first press briefing. He was also highly critical of some media organisations of the way he felt they had misrepresented the number of people who'd attended Friday's inauguration ceremony.
No one had numbers because the National Park Service, which controls the National Mall, does not put any out. This was the largest audience to ever witness an inauguration, period, both in person and around the globe.
It's
It
still
does
out
not
there.
excuse, and you did not answer the question.
I did answer
No,
your
you
question.
did not. You did
Yes,
not
I
answer
did.
the question of why the president asked the White House press secretary to come out in front of the podium for the first time and utter a falsehood. Why did he do that? It undermines the credibility of the entire White House press office
No, it
on day
doesn't.
one.
Don't be so overly dramatic about it, Chuck. You're saying it's a falsehood, and they're giving Sean Spicer, our press secretary, gave alternative facts to that.
This was the largest ever. This was the largest audience to ever witness an inauguration, period, both in person and around the globe.
In front of that podium to utter a provable falsehood. Look, alternative facts are not facts. They're falsehoods.
This was the largest audience to ever witness an inauguration, period.
We are dealing with a ball of yarn. A ball of yarn is a clue. A yarn around us of falsehood is a clue. And it's good to be able to work to apprehend exactly what to do. let's do try to apprehend what's truly happening here and see if we can pull away some of the fog here. Oh, goodness me, what's that? I see a figure there. There's some resonance of what's happened. What the? That? Without the hokum in the way. Oh, goodness gosh. That looks like a clue to me. That looks like a clue to me. Now, is that someone drinking a Kool-Aid that says stolen, or yelling into a bullhorn screaming stolen? I'm not sure, but I'm not sure that they do either. It's really sad to be hoodwinked, because it is truly dehumanizing to be conned. It doesn't. The writer and genius, Maria Konnikova, she does not agree with the idea that people should feel guilty if they're conned. It's not true that you have to be greedy, or you have to want something for nothing, or you have to be weak. In fact, it's good qualities about us that allow us to be taken advantage of. So to be both supple and aware and awake and woke and happy, aware enough around us that we can foster safety in our communities and everything, and safe so we know how to perceive, ooh, you're just talking in rumor, or you're screaming, and there's a way to figure this out, calm down. Let's not abusively tell people they must be calm, but find a way to co-regulate or self-regulate, to calm down enough to petition for grievances in responsible ways that don't simply enact a lynch mob like happened because of Donald Trump on January 6th, or like Marjorie Taylor Greene is trying to do literally every day and over the last couple of days, targeting Congressperson Jamal Bowman. It's truly abominable the way that she is trying to normalize Carolyn Bryant Dunham-like behavior, that this is Ku Klux Klan fantasy gone IRL cosplay with real blood. It's not all right. We have to stand and make a perfect stand for humanity, and to say that diversity and inclusion is literally who and what we are. We are a myriad, and nobody is going to be erased. We are a kindness come. Humanity is special and is unique, and there's a range of all kinds of amazing gifts and abilities and things that we can bring if we are not being formed and kept from learning, kept from discovery, and kept from work that actually allows us to pursue happiness. And you deserve kindness and safety and a chance to come out of the trauma space of neglect that allowed COVID, and to be able to equate how we might, instead of leveling one another and constantly looking for upper ground to do that, that we find ways when we need to say, hey, can you level with me? That symbol you're wearing is scary. Can you tell me about what this all is? Is that supposed to be a threat? There are things that we're scared to talk about. But rather than saying that reproach is censorship, or that I don't want to hear what you know what? It's a difficult world, and discomfort is part of it. And so conversations, and including learning, children learning how to handle discomfort is actually preparing them for the world in age and stage appropriate ways, guiding responsible and empathetically grounded and humane conversation that is age and stage appropriate about racism and oppression and genocide and enslavement in ways that don't bring such words up and even into the conversation until we're ready for that because of its age and stage appropriateness. But the point is that we allow kids to know what they know and don't tell them it's wrong if it's not wrong. That if they're right about how, well, these people hurt those folks, you know what? There's going to be a stage and age appropriate way to talk about that. And we don't lie. We don't cloak the matrix of white supremacy and all of its patriarchal harm. We don't unless Ron DeSantis, you are a neo-Nazi Ku Klux Klan predator who is indoctrinating a new generation of children into vulnerability to being predators and prey for the Ku Klux Klan. And that horrible menace that you are trying to enact by erasing trans people and erasing gay people and erasing people of color, we see that you are working at genocide. So we say, no! No. No, Ron DeSantis. What you're doing is wrong. It is un-American and it is anti-human. You are enacting state-sponsored terrorism against African Americans, people of the LGBT community, indigenous peoples, people of Latinx, of Hispanic origin. You are terrorizing everyone. Everyone but cis white male Americans. You are terrorizing the world. And in fact, of course, even in this position of pomp and circumpromise you like for yourself and people who look like you are terrorizing yourself. No God would create a world where the people who act inferior like you claim superiority and control things and get to dig into people's pants and say what's what. No! You think you get to act this way and talk that way to Americans, Ron? No one talks that way or treats that kind of treatment upon Americans. No one talks that way to Americans, Ron DeSantis. No! No one brings neo-Nazi violence into our streets. No! You and your Nazi thugs can go back to the drawing board. Your individual spaces where it's safe to play. Minds are free. But no! There's not safe space for gathering Nazis. No! There's not safe space for white supremacist patriarchal terror. No. I can hear that I'm yelling too loud from the microphone. But I don't mind the effect for Ron DeSantis. The answer, Ron, to you and your proposal is no. What you are doing and what you stand for is anti-American, anti-human, and anti-Jesus. Jesus told us to honor God and to treat one another as we would treat ourselves. To treat one another with love, to love one another. Now you, little coward. Tell us what part of separating families and calling some human beings not human and laughing as governor when a community says we are not safe here and we're advising our community to abandon Florida. It is an act of state terrorism. Sir, for you to issue this, what no beach weekend? Bile. Shame on you! How dare you? You are spitting fecal vomit into the face of liberty. You are speaking blood sport into the dial of hope. Sir, no more. We see that you are a patriarchal terrorist in office, allegiant with the Ku Klux Klan, and you are done. No more. Go home. Go back where you came from, colonizer. Never again. The answer to you, Ron, and your terrorism, and whether it will shake our ability to make the new Colossus awake and be woke. Sir, you Antichrist figure, the answer is no. I am not the first and I'm not the last. I'm calling new Colossus on all of us at once. You are acting like a racist dunce. Back the fuck off of humanity, Ron DeSantis. Back off. Back off from the new Colossus. Back off. Violent Nazi thug. Back off. You are relieved from duty that you hold falsely. The music is playing you off. Free speech includes reproach. And the ability to say, no, you will not say that, as a citizen, is vital and important. And people who say, fuck your feelings to other people, should be ready to hear reproach and not say, oh, you woke, oh, you're telling me not, oh, you're telling me how to, yeah, child-sized mind and adult body, yeah, we tell one another when our arms smack into one another, because freedom ends when you're knocking into other people, or when you're creating systems of withholding that are terroristic and sow scarcity. When you grab a communications platform and tank it, vandalizing resources and wealth in the name of punishing a transgender daughter for her liking of that communications platform. This is what a neo-Nazi with a dark triad personality disorder would do. We need to help vulnerable people who are acting out in ways that we can see are bad. It's not about cringe, it's about responsibility. Elon Musk is crumpling, and it's the responsibility of humanity to not let him become a Hitler or a Trump. It's the responsibility of humanity to not let Trump become what Trump wants to become. We need to let him build his wall around himself. No, Ron DeSantis. No, you don't. No, you won't. Apologize to Florida, to America, and to humanity. That's your mission, kid. Boy. Thus endeth the lesson for today, Ron. We are the reality distortion fielding. I'm Tim at the Mystery Font, and this is a space where we allow minds to liaise. And it's unfortunate to begin early episode broadcasts with the need of just clearly addressing fascism this way. But sometimes it's not that we're being too sensitive. It's that something incredibly intense is happening, or something that our gifts let us perceive. Sometimes we're not being too political. Sometimes it is extremely political outside. And someone who is using every opportunity to say, the yarn is, I hold power. I grabbed it because it was mine and you can't tell me otherwise. Without being told by the global community, no! Is a threat to our habitat. We are actually phased pretty deeply away from having an education, living trust of people with a lot of the data of humanity. We're able to call it up, and it's in a cloud, but able to apply that knowledge is different from being able to access any one of those points. You have to have traveled to all of those different places to know, oh, how are those places alike and what are they different in? And if I were going to send a restaurant to open in all of those places, what would work because I know all of them and how to apply that information. Fostering education and having access to information, and most of all, not keeping it from children and adults who need access to learning, who need simply to be around stimulation that is germane and tells us about the world, tells us about one another, and yes, tells us about how to deal with our emotions. This is the conversation that Mr. Rogers was helping us to have. The Mystery Font is supposed to be Mr. Rogers' neighborhood visiting the Twilight Zone, safely and learning and experiencing and sharing about the mystery, the mysterium tremendum, the mystery of our love and the mystery of our great capacity going where we will go. And I believe there's much to discover. And so this place will be a place, a time and place for sharing and learning and daring to have difficult conversations. And I invite you to be a part of it. That in one of these rooms about this amphitheater of democracy, in this small space, that these separate rooms can, through these doorways and portals, have filters to be nearer or further away through allegory or actuality, to have some consent and ability to adjust and titrate how much we're letting the light of something that's difficult to look at into our eyes so that it doesn't overwhelm us, that we're not having a sensory or an emotional overload, that we're not having a content overload. It's my hope that that kind of sensitivity is of benefit in what this is becoming. And it is becoming. Mystery Font 42, open to it, is beginning, and essentially these preview emergency broadcasts talking about dialing in to understand where there is harm and to dare to show empathy to one another and to learn to listen even to reproach so that we can course correct together as science minds. That's the project. That Mr. Rogers didn't mean to abandon us. He just had to go. And he didn't mean to abandon us at 18, and he didn't. But isn't there somewhere where we can talk about with different visitors and artists and minds and stories, and makes believe that we have a space to perceive and understand new things about one another and ourselves, and about how we are kindness, come into the world to be exactly who we are. A lot of the pain in my life came from being brutally attacked when I was an infant in the birthing environment with a non-consensual genital mutilation, which happens to most boys. But I've retrieved my trauma and its effect on my life and have begun a holistic mourning of that to the point where I can talk about it and see the shape and say that if it's optional, then it shouldn't be happening. It shouldn't be that most boys are getting torn in two at their penis, that some of the most sensitive material on a person's body is stolen from them, and when they go to guard themselves, it's already too late, because just like there was a knife in the cozy blankets, there were straps that were strapped around you. That's what felt funny there, kid. Delivering to any child the incepting idea of a false narrative that there will be violence and it must be deserved and it must come and it will end with crushing part of you and killing you. It will end with a tear or a smash or a bang. And you only get out because you let some of you go. And that's part of the world that you will expect and fear and try to prevent and be controlled by. That is a premeditated sexual torture and submitting shocking boundary violation that makes little boys think they're dying in the moments when their body is getting all kinds of encoding and their mind and their entire experience of life is being told what the world is. And that's not safe, because our boys, because of terrorists like Andrew Tate and Ben Shapiro and Steven Crowder and Tim Pool, because of people sowing falsehood and fear and gaslight that creates a fog of a terror spectrum that they glide and prickle upon, we're in danger because of that. And if boys don't understand, boys who have been attacked in that way and encoded with that don't know that there's a reason for the weird flashes of violence that come into their mind because something happened to them that made them think they were dying. That they actually had an encoding experience that they won't forget, but that they can't remember. That kind of gaslight and finding out at 5 or 15 or 19, oh yeah, we do that to everybody. Oh, that's what that scar is. Did you want cornflakes or do you want blueberry waffles? What? Like, that is indoctrination into a blood cult based on punishment. Because the fact is that dads aren't doing that to their sons so that their sons won't be embarrassed. They're doing it because embarrassment is what comes before you're flexing in to realize that your body is under a deadly attack. Embarrassment is what comes before the triggering incident that tries to murder you, whether you think will, and does harm. So the dad is preventing looking at their son and seeing an intact penis and saying, that's what I'm supposed to look like. That it's a flip. It's a projection that is done by terroristic abuse in the birthing environment. And it needs to stop. Forever. It took me 50 years to rescue myself and to understand that trauma and learn how to actually self-regulate. Once I could see that that whirlpool was something that was incepted into me and I could understand, oh, I'm feeling panic. Oh, it's that, okay, I need to calm down. I'm going to use my meditation. Building skills, like marshmallow test level skills that we should all be encouraged to build and not sent into detention centers that are supposed to be libraries or enclosed gated courtyards that are supposed to be parks or parking lots that are supposed to be communal swimming pools. We are the reality distortion fielding. And I'm asking you to see that you deserve wonderful, beautiful, humane, safe treatment. We need to counter Citizens United. We need to bring back and vivify a fairness doctrine. We need to make sure that we can communicate and we can be heard. And that when a politician or someone in power threatens someone from the military or something insane like that, that there is, yes, a legal outcome and an outcome in the media, but we cannot allow Donald Trump to threaten the lives of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and we cannot allow Donald Trump to threaten the lives of someone like Ruby Freeman or Shay Moss. We cannot allow Donald Trump to threaten his own life. We cannot allow Donald Trump to scoff at having threatened his own vice president. We are in danger if we don't perceive the iceberg that we all feel constantly, of being leveraged between a rock and a hard place that do not have to exist in this terrible and perilous breaking relationship. You deserve kindness, and you deserve an opportunity to be free from the terrorism of white supremacy and free to be who you are, your own person with your own culture, your own happiness and way of being, free to associate with those who you like and love and want to be with. Consent matters, and it matters for everyone, and there is enough. If someone is telling you that there's not enough, they are lying or have been lied to. Scarcity is being leveraged against us. And just because white people are feeling it now more too, because the middle class has been decimated, doesn't mean that it wasn't so bad. We have to deal with truth and reconciliation that takes care of everyone. Our American apartheid must be healed because it is swallowing us now. Don't let anybody tell you that we're not strong enough to face our demons. If your uncle hurt your cousin's daughter, you tell your daughters about it too. We talk about these things, and we help that diseased person so they don't do it again. We can face these things, and no leader would accept otherwise. That is why I say that people like Carrie Lake and Ron DeSantis and Marjorie Taylor Greene are usurpers and mutineers. These are fucking mercenaries. These are people taking advantage of our deference to the precepts that we hold as honorable, as invaluable and deserving of deference. But the presidency is not celebrity, and it's not okay to make them dance as one. He is not a god. He's not even a man. He's a human being, but he's not acting like a man. I mean, technically Donald Trump is a man, but he is acting like a petulant child that needs to be protected from his own stupidity and toxic narcissism and let's say it, a full-fledged dark triad. His personality is not safe. And it's not fair for us, even if we think that we are safe from his malice. It is not fair to watch this unravel like a movie. It's not a movie. And the Nazis come for everyone. Eventually. Because eventually they burn to pieces of their own disaster. We are not going to let America do that. In this imagination of democracy, this room at the Mystery Font, if you ever have an idea you want to bring, please get in contact and you can bring it here in person. Your art, your ideation, conversations that you want to have, we can have a discussion, or you can record something you'd like to record and share. But this room is a space for that. This room and these radiating, panoptically available spaces, these chambers and portals, can house the conversation that makes us safe mortals. It has to begin somewhere, and this is the time and place. It's not the only one. This is not the only time and place. But this time and place is nuts. New under the sun. It's come to stay. And where I go, there is play. So I'm asking you to consider supporting this with further attention, and supporting this with financial support, and with your ideas and proposals for things that might be shared here, be it a poem or music or anything. You can feel free to get in touch, and we can accept files to be shared or accept performance or presentation here. We just ask that people are kind and respectful and treat the space and people here with respect, and that all artists and all contributors are valued and given boundaries to assure good faith and goodwill and space that assumes that, in deference to that. And I want you to know that it is going to be all right. I'm going to share Radio Science Brain. Again, going through this piece, it's always different, and it is a token of my esteem of our imagination, that we can wake wax from wane with our sentience, our brain. Anything, in fact, is not in vain. Here is a message from the Mystery Font.
We are the reality distortion field. We are the reality distortion field. We are the reality distortion field. The falsehood will demonize your senses. falsehood will claim the press is our enemy. To cry fake news, then preempt remedy, suggests false identity. We are the reality distortion feeding. We are the reality distortion feeding. The fielding is real and the real is real. We are the reality distortion fielding. We are the reality distortion The falsehood will tell you intuition's faulty. The falsehood will tell you facts aren't factual actually. We are the reality distortion fielding. We are the reality distortion fielding. We are the reality distortion fielding. The falsehood will groom you not to question, just believe. Falsehood can rob you of the choice words. Receive. We are the reality distortion fielding. We are the reality distortion The falsehood will tell you The falsehood will tell you it's the one and only. We are the reality distortion We are the reality distortion The falsehood soak down intuition rolls This is the nature the creator created. To ape this kid, to ambulate this bid. We are the saint, contained, imagination, aid, mind, main, begain. Contain this array, imagination, aid, might, may, be game. To play, remain our name. Always the ever-changing, hold the reins. Imagination may be game today, and pray to predator who told us he's on the way. So please be play today. Imagination may liaise. Some way imagination aid might contain. Radio Science Brain. Innate relay, mind made this demand upon the day. Contain, contagious emancipation. Contain a new station. Substrate, sub-command, subdilation. Now dilation is with our remand. Imagination aid, mind made this contagious. Amazement, mind made outrageous. Awake and awake. Imagination aid, be named today and always. Imagination aid, mind made me this way. Imagination. It is imagination aid. I think I'm going to pull down. I think it's a little hot. Some of you have been dealing with this mic being a little hot, I think, here. And while I'm going to say that that was totally an artistic choice, I suppose it was, I'm going to improve upon the science and the art here. This stem is growing even better. So let's manage things a bit. Let's look at where we are. Here at the Mystery Font, we're about to share something called Radio Science Brain. And this piece has been happening since I was in the migraine room for 6 months. I had intractable migraine, and this simple sing-songy melody came to me and said, "You are my trajectory," and played, and I played with it, and it played with me. Me, it said, "I come tree me, I come flee thee, I come free thee." And I believed Radio Science Brain. I'm, of course, poetically describing the intuition of this being play for me, this being something that was my strain, that I trusted this song that I was hearing and said, I want to pollinate this, I want to populate this, I want to propagate this thing that feels like a beautiful resonance of my curiosity. This is my scient mind. This is my brain awake that I believe in. And we must foster our own resonance. We must foster our own belief in ourselves. We must believe in our own genius. You and every sentient brain has access to transcendent awakening and illumination and genius.
Genus's discovery. It involves you. And we deserve to be treated well as sentient minds that can bring things. And radio, Science Brain, it tells me that